Hey, so hello everyone. Thanks a lot for being patient and joining a little bit ahead of time. I thank all of you for participating in Women in Agriculture Web Summit. It has been an awesome journey for past few years for me when I have worked across the globe with those who are tilling our land and ensuring food is on our table. We have identified some of the global change makers who have contributed a lot to the agriculture ecosystem. These 24 champions, which would be talking today across 3 different sessions, starting all the way from Australia and ending in Alberta, Canada, have ensured that our agriculture and food ecosystem is strong, resilient, and is improving with every passing day. These awesome superwomen have ensured that they not just only facilitate and enhance the agriculture ecosystem, but has also bring a very important perspective. And that perspective is to ensure that they motivate women to become agribusinesses, startup founders in agtech, biotech, as well as very resilient farmers on ground. One such superwoman is Emma Coath. Emma is Managing Director, Rocket Seeder, an Australian accelerator supporting startups and scale-ups. Emma is an innovative management professional, a versatile strategic thinker with capability to understand key drivers, connect people, and challenge the conventional thinking. She's been contributing across South and Southeast Asia in empowering startups in general and women-driven startup in particular. Floor is yours, Emma. I don't want to be between you and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. It's working properly. Is that right, Deepak?
Actually, we lost you for a second, Emma. Can you just
lost me? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm just in a hotel in Queensland, so I'm not sure about the internet here, but let's keep going regardless. Yes, so normally I'm based in Melbourne, Australia, but up sort of further north in Australia. As you know, it's a big country like India. So just on holidays, actually, it's school holidays here. So thank you for having me, Deepak. It's a pleasure to be, especially the first speaker, but also to be speaking. As you said, Deepak, so I'm the Managing Director of Rocket Seeder in Australia, which is a not-for-profit organisation, and we support early stage startups in the food and agriculture sector. So we started in 2017 and we run cohorts and challenges focused on particular issues and cohorts programs in particular regions. And now because of COVID, we've found that we can run programs successfully online, lots of other people have found. And yes, so we're planning to do more of that. So focusing on different things, including a national program for women, so females in ag tech specifically. So we're working on putting that together at the moment. And also I co-founded Grow, which is in Singapore, which is the agri-food tech accelerator, largely backed by the Singapore government. And it's in partnership with AgFunder, which is based in the US. And Vandana will speak a little bit about that in the next presentation. But I'm going to focus on females in agriculture in Australia with my presentation. So I'll just go ahead with that now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Awesome. So I'll start with the negative and then I'll end up with the positive, I promise. But this is probably not unlike other countries in the world. I think we all sort of face similar issues that in terms of women in agriculture, we have a long way to go. So here are some statistics. And I didn't know till a couple of years ago that women were actually not recognised as farmers until 1994. So it's not really that long ago. So, I mean, really, we've obviously had women, female farmers in Australia since, well, for millions of years, because our Indigenous female farmers have been around for a long, long time. So anyway, we've moved on from that. And but also the other statistics aren't good in terms of in terms of agricultural commodity councils. Most of them are still men. Here, Visible Farmer reports 91% men, 9% women. Rural representative bodies, 80%, 87% are still men, 13% women. Publicly listed agricultural companies, similar, 93% men, 7% women, and it sort of fluctuates a little tiny bit up and down. And only 2.3% of CEOs in Australian agribusinesses are females, compared with an average of 17% across other industries. So it's not high in other industries, but it's really, really low in agribusiness, in agriculture. So yes, we definitely have a long way to go. This is my favourite female farmer, Sally Jones from Gippsland, Jersey, down where I live in Victoria. So she's a couple of hours out of Melbourne, in a region called Gippsland, hence the name of her business that she co-founded with a friend, a male friend. I'm talking about females here, but an awesome male friend. So Gippsland, Jersey. So Gippsland, Jersey is, as you can see from the Jersey cows in the picture, it is a dairy business. It's a dairy brand. They've just put on their 4th farmer supplier. And so they're not actually farming themselves as such. They have a processing facility. They started about the same time we did, actually, about 4 years ago. And unfortunately, the reason why they started was because Sally grew up in a dairy farm in East Gippsland, and so an organic dairy farm, actually. She didn't actually go to school until she was in year 6, so nearly high school. And then she was, of course, the school captain when she got to the end of her high schooling years. She's an awesome person, but unfortunately we had some difficult times in our dairy sector, I guess about 5 years ago, particularly around pricing and so forth. So her father unfortunately took his own life. So that's why Steve, her co-founder, approached her and said, let's create a legacy for your father and let's start Gippsland, Jersey, which they did. And what I think is awesome about them is that they have 3 pillars that they stick to and live by. As I said on the slide, it's their why, what that they focus on, they think is in the back of their mind every day, everything they do. So the first pillar is that farmers must be paid a fair price. The second is that they want to smash the stigma of mental health and suicide prevention in rural areas. So this is probably ringing a lot of bells, particularly Deepak in India. And the third is kindness, as Sally says, because it's the best human attribute someone can have. In fact, Sally's a very kind person, as is Steve, and so they have their ear to the ground. If anyone, any farmer in particular, doesn't have to be just a dairy farmer, is in need of anything, a couple of months ago it was a bed, then they do what they can to well, in this case, Sally arranged for a bed to be delivered the day after a farmer told her that he didn't have a bed to sleep in, and his wife had left him and so forth. So his bed turns up the next day. And that's just the type of thing that they do, and their business is they live by these 3 pillars, which is awesome. So you sort of think a dairy brand, milk, value-added products, you sort of don't naturally think of, you know, mental health and kindness. So I think that's really cool. And then, so the last thing I wanted to talk about was ag tech. I don't actually have a slide for this. I've just got my contact details here. Tech founders, so not necessarily that can come from anywhere, they don't have to come from the farm. And I just might turn that off, stop sharing because of the internet. And so they could, you know, ideally it'd be great to have a farmer and a researcher, and anyway, so we will support 10 teams per program, and so it will kick off next year. So we're just looking for partners and sponsors for that program. But the idea is that there are a lot of, well, there's I won't say a lot, there's a handful of really successful female ag tech founders in Australia, and they've successfully scaled their businesses, or most of them, outside of Australia, which is coming through the pipeline, and we really, really need to see more. At least 50% of ag tech founders would be awesome. And really, the only way to do that is support them from the early stages, like what Rocket Seeder does. That's what we specialise in, and introduce them to all the contacts that they need to, I guess, you know, kick off. If they don't have a co-founder, find a co-founder, you know, develop their narrative and their business model, and we can introduce them to mentors. We've got some awesome mentors, including maybe some male mentors as well. But lots of really awesome, successful female mentors. Females are lining up to be and I know also Grow in Singapore is very passionate about supporting females in their cohorts. That's a really important goal for them. And also our team is about, actually, maybe we have 2 females in the team now, which is good. So it's not quite half, but everybody in the team loves to work with females founders, as they do with male founders. But of course, we know any workplace situation is much better if we have diversity, and you know, it's good to start with gender diversity if it's not if it's not at least 50-50. So that's Deepak, something that we're focusing on in the next couple of years.
That's awesome, Emma. Like, you know, it is this pleasure to know that somebody is really ticking the right boxes, because actually the whole genesis of Women in Agriculture Web Summit, it came because we had a web summit on blockchain in agriculture just a couple of weeks back. And the feedback I got from the audience and my speaker was that I'm gender biased, because unfortunately we had out of 12, 11 speakers who were male and 1 speaker who was female. And that made me think, because generally you don't proactively think on all those lines in your busy schedule in your life. You keep on moving forward. And then I asked my team that actually let's all look at our LinkedIn profiles, check our connects, and see that how many female are there in agriculture. And you'll be shocked to know that actually around 8 to 12% was the outcome. So some of them, they had 12% of their agriculture or related connect being female, and some as low as 8%. And that made us think like, that we have to proactively start thinking and promoting this whole concept. So first thing was that to have a panel discussion where all the females sit together and they discuss the women empowerment. And I thought that it is too old fashioned for us to do that. Maybe there are United Nations and ASEAN Secretariats and African Union or World Economic Forum who should be doing that. We should be just trying to bring awesome change makers like you to speak what they are doing, to speak their own story, and that would motivate. So that brings me to the first question in our discussion. When we see that diversity within our organization, how important do you see it to be in a founding team? Because generally what happens is that we end up with the founding teams which are not very proactive in thinking on those lines, right? They just pick on their convenience, and once this company start growing, right, they have unidirectional thought process. How important do you see the diversity, with the diversity in the age, diversity in the race, and very importantly, diversity in the gender? So how important, according to you, you have seen so many startups?
Yeah, I mean, if you've only got 2 or 3 founders, I guess it's hard to, cover all bases, if you like. So I think the gender, side or goal is probably the most important in my mind, just to get that diversity of thinking, and not to say that all females think the same and all males think the same. So, you could end up with 2 male thinking founders, but one's male and female. But, ideally, I think, most people recognize that, and I'm really delighted to see, to hear about founding teams in Australia now seeking out female founders, or even employees. So if they can't sort of find any female founders, which is difficult in ag tech, co-founders I should say, and I think it's been happening for a little bit longer. I've seen in Singapore this has been happening for probably a couple of years now. I can't speak so much for other sort of countries or continents necessarily in ag tech, but that's what I've seen. And I guess that's why it's good timing, I think, to run a program talking about female ag tech founders or supporting them, because there are actually male founders out there looking for female co-founders at the moment. And so I think that's really important. And I guess age and ethnicity, it's hard to I guess cover all those bases. As I said, it's not like you want 5 different founders. It's probably too big a founding team. Not I know that there are some out there, but 2 or 3 is a good number, I think. 4 is probably getting a little bit big from what I've seen. So yeah, you can probably cover a few, diversity elements there. But yeah, I'd like to see, females at that, top of mind, if you like. And I think that's happening.
Right. So that gives me a little bit of follow-up question. I understand, you cannot have 7 or 10 or 15 founders, right, yeah, to cover all the bases. How about the board of advisor or the mentorship team, where you proactively look for okay, I want to have a female mentor, or I want to have a female member of board of advisor? Do you think that should be something which should be promoted strongly?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, board of advisors, sort of leads to, more formal boards. And of course, board diversity is an issue, and there you can have more than 2 or 3 board members. So there's more scope to be more diverse on a board and board of advisors. I think probably with board of advisors, they're more looking for different types of experience and expertise for that. But in doing so, they should definitely be, and they are looking for, females within that as well as experience with, in a startup or scaling a startup or in international markets or something like that. But more and more, that's what we have to do, is make, give people more choice in terms of, females with experience in those areas. So then they'll be well sought out, I would imagine. And they are already, but they're very, very busy. The female EdTech founders in Australia, I know that for sure. It's because every conference you go to, it's, the same small, handful of women on panels and speaking and so forth. So we just need to, I guess help them so they can get on with some work, and so there's more choice for people to select female founders for conferences and so forth.
Right. Now that brings me to a little bit of, because of your experience, when we talk about the product development, right, especially when we talk about EdTech, the user experience and when you give a product in hand of a farmer, whether it is a precision agriculture product or it is a satellite based advisory product, right, and generally the UX are designed, right, with predominantly mindset that actually it would be used by male farmers. And I've worked across Southeast Asia, and I found that how a woman approach to an application on your mobile phone and how a male approach is very, very different. And we have seen that in a lot of countries, you're having a substantial high number, or I'll say that percentage of producers and farmers to be women. Have you seen that even when we talk about the technology, there is a bias towards male?
Sorry, Deepak, my internet just went out.
I understand. I'll repeat.
I think I know what you're sort of talking about, so I'll try and sort of, comment or answer that question. And it's a little bit like in, I guess, traditional agriculture or even ag tech. I just judged the UN Food Systems Summit SME competition. I was one of the judges. And I noticed that there are a lot of, in particular, as in India, or even Deepak?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, good. And I just noticed that there were startups, and they may have had 3 males co-founders, but then their 100% focus was on female farmers, and I just thought that's really weird. And of course, I made a comment on that, but it was just such a shame that they couldn't find a female co-founder when their market was 100% females. And I guess I probably didn't answer your question properly because you're talking more about tech, but it's about when your customers are females, you sort of need female input somehow, preferably. Experience, preferably. So, yeah.
And actually, you have been working with a lot of tech-based startups. So, not focused on women, but do you see that the bias in AI for a different sort of farmers is also another issue? Because we see a lot of talk about artificial intelligence being used in agriculture, and I'm already seeing bias too much on yields, right? While we are seeing the world need more of sustainability, world need more of regenerative farming, world need more of ensuring that we are getting the right sort of food rather than just the calories. Do you see that already the AI bias can be another big issue for the agriculture going forward?
What's that, the AI bias?
Is that what you said? That artificial intelligence bias towards more of just generating more yields, right? The fascination towards yields and not on the other holistic ideas about agriculture. Do you see that can create a challenge in future?
Oh, look, yeah, probably not. Like in ag tech, I see, well, so far, maybe we're seeing more focus more on AI specifically at the moment, but ag tech startups generally have a number of technologies that they focus on. So not just AI. I don't know if I've answered your question properly because I missed some of the words. But yeah, so but maybe you see that more from your end, but not really so much from our end. And because I think there's probably more startups in ag tech in Australia, and we're not really talking about women anymore, but they do come from a farming background. But I see that sort of changing with, and certainly farmers see that changing as well, in being contacted by people that don't have farming backgrounds, and that's a real issue for farmers in Australia at the moment, and the whole issue of who owns their data and who has access to their data and everything. Yeah.
No, actually, to be very frank, I love a lot of things what I see in the ecosystem in Australia. I had opportunity of interacting with quite a few startups. There was a program with one of the incubators in India, a large incubators in India, and I think it's Government of Victoria. And I had an interaction. And what I love was that actually a lot of tech startups are coming from those who have been in the farming, or those family have been in farming. Unlike in whether we talk about Singapore definitely, or Indonesia, or even in India, we have seen that not many startups are from that background. They are more of techies and believing that something wrong is happening in agriculture. Let's try to intervene. And I happen to be one of them. I had no clue of farming till 5.5 years back. But then actually, I got my hands in soil. People say getting hand dirty. I said no, getting hands in soil, because soil is not dirty. Now that brings us to the last question. What would be your message to a lot of young women who would be watching us, right? And who see agriculture as one of the option and might be sitting on the fence, right? So how you get them on this side of the fence, and those young or I'll say even old male folks who believe that they should be supporting women but are not able to find how to do that. What would be your advice to these two classes?
Yeah, okay. So for young girls, I just say, and probably older girls too, same principle applies, is reach out. And I mean, it's really not that difficult to find out who is working in ag tech at the moment in a particular country. Females, I'm a big fan of LinkedIn, as you are, I think, Deepak. Well, you're more Facebook, aren't you? Or just as much. But social media in general, and you can certainly, or you can contact one person, which will lead to another. It's sort of basic networking principles. But just reach out, and if you don't get any response, try again or try someone else. Be persistent, because that's what we do with our founders. We talk to as many people as you can at that early stage when you're in that exploratory stage. You don't have to listen to everyone or agree with everyone, but the more people you talk to, the better. And they, particularly young girls, they may be very surprised that successful ag tech founders, female, will love the fact that they're contacting them, they're interested in getting into the sector. So they will respond to them and they will be supportive of them. There's not really a lot of programs around, there are a lot of sort of, entrepreneurship student sort of challenges, but no programs as such. So that's something that I would like to see in the future. I know there's certainly a demand for that in Australia, and I bet there would be in India as well. And that's one way to encourage particularly STEM students or females that have grown up on farms to get involved in ag tech. They don't all have to, end up female ag tech founders. They can, just as long as they're anyone, anywhere in the ecosystem, as, supporting person. They may end up in government. They may end up in all sorts of places. So the more and earlier we get them involved in understanding ag tech and the whole sector, which is, relatively new, especially in Australia, then the more likely that they will get involved. And from the other question that you had was around the males understanding how to get or supporting females in ag tech. I guess, it depends what your role is. But if you have an area of expertise or whatever, if you're in the sector, you can be a mentor or just, put yourself out there as a mentor. Get involved in, accelerator programs like Grow and Rocket Seeder and all of the other accelerator programs. around the world. There's a lot of programs at the moment. So offer yourself as a mentor, you know, watch, you know, they're all online at the moment, the pitch events, and then reach out to any particular founder to offer your expertise. They don't have to say yes, but you can only make the offer, and just be supportive, just be there. You know, there's all sorts of different ways that you can do it. I know a lot of men with daughters in particular are very, and they're involved in the agriculture sector. They're very, you know, they seem to be more keen to get females involved in ag tech because they want their daughters to have that opportunity, and they want the path to be, you know, a bit smoothed out, you know, and they want to feel that they've had a role in that, I guess, which is really nice. I don't have any daughters. Interested in agriculture. I'm certainly there to provide some advice as to how to get into that, if there are scholarships and so forth. Yeah.
Perfect. Very well articulated, Emma. Like, you know, I got the as a gist of that. All the mail, please be open to say, how can I help? Thank you. Thanks a lot. It was a wonderful session having discussion with you, Emma. And we already have our next speaker, and we are having Vandana. So thanks, Emma. It was a pleasure like discussing with you. And thanks a lot for getting the schedule or time for us and have this interaction. Really appreciate.
Awesome. I look forward to hearing the rest of the ladies.
Thanks you.
Thanks, Deepak.
Yeah. So our next speaker is Vandana Mathur-Dhaul. Vandana is the head of Accelerator operations at Grow, a Southeast Asia's first dedicated agri-food tech accelerator with an impact focus. Vandana works with startups, corporates, researchers, and investors to accelerate the development of cutting-edge agri-food technologies, products, and business models, and thrives on guiding and mentoring startup founders to implement innovative, practical, and outcome-driven strategies. Floor is yours, Vandana. Look forward to hear insightful session from you.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you so much for this invitation and the kind introduction. I just hope that I can deliver on all the expectations that you have set for me. So I'm just going to quickly start with a brief introduction. As Deepak mentioned, I lead Accelerator operations at Grow. For those of you new to Grow, we are the first dedicated ag tech and food tech accelerator in Southeast Asia, and backed by Ag Funder, one of the most prolific early stage investors in the agri-food tech sector. At Grow, we accelerate top technology startups from across the globe, delivering solutions for our food system to create positive impact for both society and our planet. And as an ecosystem catalyst, my work at Grow involves building capabilities to support growth in Singapore and the ASEAN agri-food tech system. And today I'm going to talk to you about entrepreneurial ecosystems and on me being an ecosystem builder. Ecosystem building is emerging as a new profession at the intersection of economic and community development. Startups are popping up all over the world, even in regions that were not generally known for their tech innovation. From North America to Africa, Europe to Australia, South America to Asia, more and more cities are challenging Silicon Valley's reputation as a global startup hub. However, every city that gives way to the rise of local companies requires certain conditions that are conducive to entrepreneurial activity. And more often than not, it takes certain people to take the lead in their city and network together to encourage innovation and growth. So entrepreneurial ecosystems at their heart are based on human relationships. Perhaps at its simplest, an ecosystem builder can be defined as someone who works to build, grow, support, and nurture an entrepreneurial ecosystem to make it thrive. And ecosystem builders are creating this unique infrastructure in their communities to support entrepreneurs. It's nothing like traditional infrastructure. It's not about physical spaces, fancy buildings, pools of capital, or big institutions. Instead, ecosystem builders focus on building consistent, collaborative human engagement, where it's about process, not product. It's about context, not content, and where it's about the journey, not the destination. My journey started when I launched a startup venture in Singapore, when it was still early days for entrepreneurship here. Let me take you back to that time. I had left an illustrious career in banking, one that I had studied and trained for many years, where 15-hour workdays were the norm. The demands of the job were immense. The days were grueling, back-to-back meetings spilling over into late working dinners. On top of pressures that anyone would face in this job, I also had management challenges of a different kind on the home front. And so after much contemplation, I took the decision to leave my job. I was not quitting on my career, not then at least. It was a conscious decision. I was taking time off to settle my children into primary school. That was what I told myself. And so when that task was accomplished, I was ready to get back to my chosen career. I began to search sites that had flexi time or family-friendly jobs available, but the job titles were vague at best, and most were silent on compensation. I decided then that the only way for me to lean in was to make it happen on my own terms, to start a business, to be an entrepreneur, perhaps even a tech entrepreneur. It was not an easy journey. Do not believe anyone who says it is. However, it was an exciting one. And at the end of it all, a rewarding one. Big successes, many failures, days of pure joy, followed by long moments of self-doubt. One day up, 2 days down. But I plodded on, and it was through that experience, through surviving that experience, that I become obsessed about how to streamline that process of building a startup and providing an ecosystem that nurtures it to success. Entrepreneurship drives economies is a well-accepted statement, but the success of entrepreneurs does depend on those around them. And that's why we need ecosystems or communities for entrepreneurs. People are at the center of this entrepreneurial ecosystem. They are its fundamental building blocks. All the ideas, incubators, and capital in the world will not create anything valuable without talented people putting them to good use. So what we're building here is an ecosystem that allows for the fast flow of talent, information, and resources that help entrepreneurs quickly find what they need at each stage of growth. And as a result, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. A startup ecosystem starts with a supportive government, innovative corporates, research institutions, academic institutions, and of course, enthusiastic entrepreneurs. And then you add in venture capitalists, angel investors, partners and service providers, mentors, and coaches. The interdependent parts of such a system have to work together to be aligned and nudged into collaboration in order to allow the system to best support entrepreneurs. And you can see, as innovation in food production gains attention in Singapore, it has become home to several digital hubs of leading food and agriculture companies, which aim to drive technology and agri-food innovation, often with a focus on sustainability. The excellent education system, quality human capital, and good infrastructure are among other pull factors that attract innovators and R&D into Singapore. In fact, a world-leading financial newspaper has just published a story titled, "Singapore Cultivates Silicon Valley of Food in a Hungry Asia." This is testimony to the efforts of everyone in this ecosystem, which brings me to the role that you and I can play here. Like entrepreneurs, ecosystem builders come in many forms. If you have a passion for helping, if you have a passion for helping entrepreneurs and innovators succeed and in catalyzing entrepreneurship in your community, answer the call and start your journey to become an ecosystem builder. There are many on-ramps to becoming an ecosystem builder. It's a continually evolving field, and there is no defined curriculum or path. The first steps and subsequent routes ecosystem builders take are numerous and varied. The important point here is that you don't need anyone's permission to be an ecosystem builder. You just have to care for your community enough to start. So play your part. A thriving ecosystem must be built by entrepreneurs and for entrepreneurs, not for its institutions or investors. Remember that entrepreneurs should be the inspiration for initiatives, the most active participants in plans, and the ultimate beneficiaries of programs. As an example, one of my most enjoyable roles is to connect entrepreneurs with resources. So we have built relationships with other entrepreneur support systems, universities that cater to entire communities, as well as government organizations. We manage a central calendar of events and a resource directory for our entrepreneurs across Southeast Asia. We've created an extensive partner network and refer founders directly to them. Listen openly and actively. Ecosystem builders need to talk to local entrepreneurs, listen to their stories, and ask them about challenges they face. Experienced entrepreneurs are aware of the barriers they confront and can provide insights that could easily be missed. It's also in these conversations that we inspire possibility and action. When I started this work, entrepreneurs were my primary circle of friends. I would have regular meetings with different founders to check in and find out how they were really doing. It was a simple way to keep me rooted, grounded, and connected with our local ecosystem. Sustainable solutions will come from the understanding and empathy that ecosystem builders develop in real conversations with entrepreneurs. Action on these conversations. It's not enough to simply increase the amount of conversation. It's also not enough to just have hopeful conversations. The key, therefore, is to drive that action. Human beings learn best by solving problems together. So next time, instead of chatting in a conference room, try building a physical prototype, visualizing ideas on a blackboard, or putting a piece of paper on the table that everyone can write on. Work towards active solutions together. You walk the talk. A thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem has a culture of invitation. Everyone is welcome. It's about where people are going rather than where they're coming from. Ecosystems must live and breathe inclusion as a core philosophy because everyone has something to contribute. An ecosystem builder acts by inviting. The first inclination for any initiative should always be to invite new people and organizations into the community to find new ways to connect, collaborate, co-create, share credit, and find mutual benefit. To me personally, startup ecosystem building is a calling that I chose, or that chose me, because it needed doing at that time and continues to do so. I have opted into supporting agri-food tech entrepreneurs by engaging with a variety of local and global stakeholders to increase the overall well-being of this ecosystem. No one organization has all the solutions or all the resources necessary to achieve this ecosystem. Together, however, we hold many of the answers to the most important questions ecosystem builders face. Do you care for your community enough to start? It's time to play your part.
Thanks a lot, Vandana. It was really very precise, insightful, and what you beautifully brought out is that actually you don't need to be a VC, you don't need to be a investor, you don't need to be someone who understands technology to support a startup ecosystem. Very well articulated. I really like, the play model, right? I've interacted with a lot of, I'll say that, people in your domain, right? Accelerators and incubators, as well as those who support ecosystems. And believe me, this model I've never came across. So it's something which I believe all those who are involved in ecosystem development should have a very close look at. And I hope you have not copyrighted it, and all of us can use it and share in future.
Deepak, I think we've lost you.
Yeah, but I'm so sorry I dropped. Like, internet,
No worries,
internet,
yeah.
it happens. I'm so sorry. So yeah, I was saying that actually, like, this play model, definitely I hope you have not copyrighted, and then we'll like to talk about it more going forward. My question to you is that, like, how you see Grow looking in future, trying to support women tech entrepreneurs to work in agriculture. So do you have a roadmap or a plan or some views on that?
Okay, I think just to give you a quick background, when Grow was set up, there was really very nascent ag and food tech ecosystem in Singapore. So the role is to create that vibrant ecosystem, and that gives us that advantage of not having, existing ecosystem which is dominated by men founders, and gives us a level playing field to encourage equal participation from both women and men founders. At Grow, I think we're very fortunate to have a team that is, equally gender, balanced, as well as most of the participating teams in our cohorts have had female founders. So although it's not been a conscious effort to only include women founders into our teams, it's just been organic for us. Having said that, and echoing what Emma mentioned earlier, the focus is on enabling more women to take that step forward. Even if it's just wanting to understand what a startup ecosystem is, you don't necessarily have to have an idea, but there are various other ways that you can be a part of that ecosystem. So yes, lots of plans to, have more participation, speaking at events like this, to just generally encourage more women to come out, ask questions, understand the space, and then see where they would like to fit. So it's not just female founders that we would want. We would want more interaction and engagement with females in general in the whole startup ecosystem.
Super, well articulated. Do you see any specific pointers where, like, you see that those, because the same question I asked Emma also, like, those who are fence sitters, right? The awesome women who want to get into this part of, I'll say, that business domain. Do you see, like, you have any views on that, or like, you would like to say something to them so that actually they can jump over the fence and become an agripreneur?
Okay, I'm going to do another play on words here, but I believe, and I am a really big advocate for a woman being their own biggest fan, where the F would stand for having that faith, believing in yourself, right? If you're a fence sitter, or you're far from the fence, or you've crossed the fence, at any point of that journey, you yourself have to be, strong and firm up there. So having faith in yourself. The second is the A. So action on those intentions. A lot of us have a lot of interesting thoughts brewing in the background, and we don't bring them up front. We don't start engaging in conversations because we feel that it's not the right person, it's not the right place, it's not the right time. So the second important pointer would be to action on your thoughts, your beliefs, have a sounding board, speak to someone. And then the N stands for network. Grow your network, reach out to people. A lot of us are now at that stage, we are being considered as role models, not that it was intentional, but just that we've been there, covered parts of that journey which haven't been the easiest. But that's an experience that others can learn from. So that's where, I would try and encourage everyone to have active conversations, reach out, believe in yourselves. There's lots of network, lots of, folks, not just women, but men as well, who are available, to speak to sound off ideas, but it's you who needs to take that first initial step.
Sorry, I wasn't. Yeah, so perfect. Now, actually, I've seen your work when you are interacting or you are creating, awareness of people becoming mentors, right? So I think you have taken it more of connecting a lot of, I'll say that people who have got extensive experience in the domain to help these startups. I would like to know from you, in case a startup is looking for a mentor, right? Because now we are having a million of mentors, right? Everybody is a mentor, right? How you differentiate, right? Who suits you, and in case you have some views on that, how to get a good mentor.
Okay, that's an interesting question, and I'm a firm believer that you need to be a mentor at some point in your life. For me, I do mentor with a lot of organizations. I do mentor a lot of startups, and it's the primary reason being that I would like to pay it forward. So during my journey, I've had the opportunity of having some really great mentors who've shaped my journey. So to pay it forward, I'm there. But having said that, there is a lot of chemistry between a mentor and a mentee that needs to be, in the right space. So the mentee also needs to be very clear about what kind of support they need, what kind of help they need. And then the matching of the mentor and the mentee does take a little bit of effort. So it's not that, we have X amount of mentors and we can match you up with anyone that you prefer. We do take a very proactive approach when we are connecting mentors on our platform. And I'm very happy to share that if you look at our Grow website, there is a lot of diversity there, both in terms of, the technologies that are represented, the geographies that are represented, the genders that are represented. So if it is, there are lots of mentors available there, but you need to be clear what you are seeking from that relationship.
That's very well articulated. And that brings me to another follow-up question on the similar line. How a mentee see that a startup there who has approached them is having that X factor, right? And there is worth putting that time in that, because they have limited time and they should pick out those who have higher rate of survival. So what are the X factors you look at when somebody approaches you? For example, I come to you and saying, hey, I'm a startup, right? I've seen that you are doing A, B, C, D, and they've done their research. But at the end of the day, if you have to take that call, whether you want to pursue and move forward with them, what is the X factor you are looking at?
I wouldn't say there is any one X factor. The first would be, do your intentions align, right? Are you on that same growth path? If the startup is looking for 10X in 6 months and I feel that I can only do it in 12 months, clearly there is a misalignment there. So the vision has to align, the expectations have to align. But I would really be keen to mentor someone who's got their, their vision clear, or they've got their action steps clear. They know what they want to do, not necessarily how to go about doing that. So some sense of clarity that can be, shown in that first conversation is extremely important for a mentor also to be able to, understand whether this is a startup that they can help or not.
Perfect. Very, very, again, I'll say that crisp and to the point. The last question is what difference you see in different ecosystems? Because I've seen that you have traveled a lot of ecosystems, right? From India to Singapore and other Asian countries. Do you see that they're at a different level of growth stage or maturity stages, or you see that all the ecosystems are as good or as bad?
No, I'm sure there is a difference in each ecosystem, which also comes from, what is the focus for that ecosystem, or what is that focus for that region. For example, Singapore doesn't have smallholder farmer issues. So that's probably something that's not a core part of an activity that I would, be looking at doing. But it's different for a Thailand or a different for Philippines. So ecosystems primarily rely on challenges and issues that are local, but they build on the expertise, the leverage on networks that are probably global. And the idea of an ecosystem is to be able to bring not or operate not just in silo, but in partnership with wherever else that you can either mutually benefit from or you can learn from.
Fair enough. And like a follow-up question, which would be the last for you. Do you also see, like, with the different ecosystems, the focus on the technology also changes? For example, as you mentioned, that definitely Singapore is not having challenges of small and medium farmers, while the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, or India would having that. So do you also see, like, based on the type of challenges, the technology inclination also changes? Because a lot of talk about blockchain in Singapore, right? Every other person I meet, right, he's talking about the blockchain in agriculture, right? And end of the day, as you know, that India becomes the hub of development. So, like, suddenly you see that here also people start talking about blockchain. So do you see that there is also a preference of technology for ecosystem?
Again, depends on what the intention is and where you are kind of wanting to see yourself. So obviously blockchain is in most conversations, but for example, Singapore leans more towards food tech versus India would probably leaning more towards ag tech. So again, various different trends and depending, and it's a diverse region, right? Every country in Southeast Asia has a different culture, different focus, different challenges. And the answer to your question would be that yes, there is an underlying theme which is technology, but what kind of technology is dependent on where you're situated and what solution you have.
Sorry, actually, that's a very interesting answer. That makes me ask you one more question, right? Sometimes overkill of technology also I've seen. Like, recently I bought some cherries all the way from Jammu and Kashmir, right? And there was a QR code and which says that traceability. And believe me, when I scanned that QR code, it downloaded a PDF file. And only thing was actually on that was that harvest date and that it is good for consumption. So don't you see sometimes, like, there is also overkill of technology, and any views on that? That sometimes, it's a simple sticker which would have said that this is date of harvest and it is good for consumption would have worked.
Yeah. I don't want to upset too many startups and investors probably tuned in, but yes, there is obviously that interest to be, tech enabled. And the question there is that, do you really need that technology? And is that solving a problem or just, a feel good factor?
That's very diplomatic, great answer. Actually, I'm having luckily, like, I'll say that option of talking it, because actually I'm now more of from someone who was creating technology. I'm more of someone who is using it on ground. So I'm a farmer, right? So that's 40% of time, right? So I evaluated a lot of technologies which maybe a few months back I was very keen to sell and see that how value it is. And then you are right, like, we have to always identify value along with readiness of adopting a technology. Just having a feel-good factor might not go in long run, especially when we are talking about country like India, where we see farmer already spending a lot and a lot of promises being made from green revolution all the way today, where they still are not able to pay decently the fees of their kids. So thanks a lot, Manna. It was very engaging and pleasure talking to you as usual. And thanks a lot for spending some time with us out of your very busy
schedule. Thank you, Deepak,
schedule.
and I'm looking forward to seeing some of the people who've tuned in, along the way as ecosystem builders as well.
No, yeah, actually, in fact, like, post this event, we would be connecting all the speakers. Some of them you already know, and some of them, like, could be a big value addition to your existing
Absolutely.
Awesome network. Thanks
all
a
right.
lot. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepak.
So thanks for being patient and going through all the challenges of internet. I'm so sorry for these disruptions. So the next speaker is Claire Pribula. She's Managing Director of the eLab Asia Pacific. The eLab Asia Pacific is involved in investing, accelerating, and scaling impactful and sustainable EdTech innovation across Asia Pacific and the world. Clear recognized as a pioneer and change agent, skilled in driving significant increase in profitability by leveraging business synergies and innovation to build new companies and corporate lines of business. Floor is yours, Claire, and we look forward to have an engaging session with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you so much, everybody, for welcoming me here today. I love the word pioneer. It connotes like me being really, really old, riding like a wagon across to the west, pioneering the forefront. I feel like that some days, yeah. So, you know, I really appreciate this opportunity to be in this Women Ag Tech Forum. You know, as Deepak mentioned, I'm Claire Pribula. I'm the Managing Director of the Yield Lab Asia Pacific, which is an early stage ag tech fund doing Series A seed investment as part of the Federation of the Yield Lab Funds in North America, Europe, Latin America, and now Asia Pacific. We have 57 ag tech investments globally. What I kind of did some soul searching when I thought about introducing myself. One reason is because I've never done any all-women anything. So this was kind of a first. Let me just get myself at least teed up here. When I started thinking about, you know, the session, I immediately said yes. You know, women in ag, speaking on women in ag event, absolutely. And then I saw that was going to be going out as a post that said that we were rock stars. And so immediately I called Deepak, because I don't think most women, no matter how significant their accomplishments, would consider themselves a rock star unless they were truly like a rock star, you know, singing and, you know, Madonna-like. We're a very exacting gender. We shy away from singular accolades of any type. So I reminded him, you know, I'm not a plant scientist. I don't have my PhD in genetics. You know, he said that's okay. He knew this. So this Women in Ag event caused me to think a few things. Since I've never been, it's kind of phenomenal to be as old as I am and to have never been on an all-woman anything. I've never been on an all-woman panel. I've never been in an all-woman leadership team. I've never been in an all-woman organization until actually the fund that we're in now. And to the contrary, I've always been the only woman doing whatever I've been doing for the past 30 plus years, which then prompted me to think about my journey. How did I end up here? You know, this moment, and what, if any, was my role in the evolution of industry, which then caused me to rethink about how I introduce myself. I'm sure the women here and Deepak actually have introduced themselves many, many times. And I think we all get into a bit of a rut into how we introduce ourselves. We tend to grab the relevant, measurable highlights. We leave out those lowlights, and which are probably the most interesting. And we just give palatable, easy to consume sound bites of our measurable accomplishments. But it's actually those lowlights which are usually what put our careers on a certain trajectory or cause our careers to pivot into what we've become. I know that's been true for me. So normally I would introduce myself as having been in the technology industry for the past 30 years, creating new businesses in the technology industry for large multinationals. I pass over my early years and start the clock from when I came to Asia Pacific with IBM 20 years ago, how I was hired to create a new innovation out of IBM research and supply chain, which at that time was the next inefficient part of industry in need of innovation. I always pass over how I ended up in the technology industry in the first place, which is a story of its own and needs more time than this 30 minutes. So perhaps a different time and a different setting, because it's filled with lots of highs and lowlights. But one common thread that has existed across my career is I've always been focused on creating new businesses using newly created innovation to drive out costs, increase competitiveness, eliminating inefficiencies, you know, doing more with less. As technology innovation has moved across industry and enterprises have gone from where I started my career, which was the early days of the shared software applications, which was the early version of what we called software as a service, except you had one computer and one backup computer for that software, to data center outsourcing, to business process outsourcing, to enabling supply chain constituents to collaborate and optimize, and then creating B2B marketplaces so that all could communicate and collaborate and share information with an industry and across all members of trade. I did several roles with IBM in creating new businesses for them, and then went to SAP, became part of the leadership team for Asia Pacific, building and leading a 220 million euro partner organization. And then after that, the next area of inefficiency was marketing. So as we follow industry and we look at how we can drive inefficiencies out of industry, my former boss at EDS became the CEO of Axiom, and they were transforming marketing spend into something measurable, getting a 360-degree view of the consumer, being able to predict what the consumer was going to want before they want it using BI, business intelligence and analytics. And then I met and began advising two co-founders who were doing something really innovative in China, creating social listening, algorithms, machine learning, analytics, disruptive to traditional media, disruptive to advertising, product testing, disruptive to consumer research. So I decided to go in on a startup, which was my first time ever. It was hard work. Early stage venture capital was not as prevalent in Asia Pacific 10 years ago as it is now. We had to work hard for everything, every customer, every investment dollar, constantly reevaluating our strategy. And during that journey, my back and forth to St. Louis to drive this business while caring, I'm originally from St. Louis, while caring for my mother who had developed Parkinson's, caused me to meet one of the top executives at Monsanto. This first meeting then turned into Monsanto becoming our largest customer and brought me into the agribusiness industry. What I usually leave out is another highlight and a low light, I call it both, that after our successful exit, I ran back to St. Louis to care for my mother full time. To this day, I really don't know how I did it. Managing the startup in Asia, caring for my mother. I venture to say, though, that there are many women who are listening out there now today that also don't know how they did it, balancing all to achieve what they have achieved. I was starting to figure out what I was going to do next while in St. Louis, and met Larry Taylor, who's now the co-founder with me on this fund, and Thad Simons, who's venture partner. Thad had just created the Yield Lab, which wasn't his intent. Originally, when he was a CEO who retired from Novus International as part of Mitsui, which is headquartered in St. Louis, he was going to create an ag tech fund. There was not much deal flow in 2015, as there was no early stage mechanism which made sense for agriculture. As a matter of fact, if I can just show a slide here. So this is how we actually started, which was in North America. We're now in Europe. We've achieved our $60 million US close. In Latin America, working on that fund there now for 30 million, already closing a smaller fund, doing early stage investment. In Asia Pacific, registered late 2019. And then we're looking at Africa. We also have a not-for-profit, which is the Yield Lab Institute. The Yield Lab Institute is focusing on stimulating innovation in areas of agriculture which are light in innovation. So areas such as aquaculture, for example, we're leading an aquaculture challenge out of Asia Pacific as a non-equity taking challenge, and we're doing it to bubble up innovation. In some cases, there's been, these companies have had some investment. In many of the cases, the 180 applications we received, a good majority of those top 80 had not received any investment, maybe grants. And they were focused on other species. You know, salmon is a very highly financed industry, but the rest of the species, not so much. So the Institute is there to be able to kind of do a pre-thing to what we do in our, what I call late early stage investment. We're doing seed and Series A investment, and everything that we focus on is always focused on innovation that has registratable intellectual property. It doesn't mean that it's already been registered, but it has the potential to be. But kind of back to the state of the industry. Let me put it on slideshow. So the state of the industry is that right now, in 2015, when we started, as you can see, not much deal flow. And even now, if you look at, I'll move this out of the way, if you look at 2020, I mean, a lot more deals clearly that have happened over the years in ag tech, which is fantastic. But still, it's a far cry from where we, the rest of the industry is. So, I think it was $4 billion for ag tech investments for the full year of 2020, which is still just a fraction of the $300 billion globally across all sectors. And if you look at this in a different way, you can see that of Q1, just looking at the first quarter in the US, 2021, there were 381 ag tech investments, which is great. I mean, so much better than in 2015, but it's really so small in contrast to against the industry in regards to just the internet industry, which had over 25,000 deals in that same quarter. So, there's a lot more that could be done and there's room for everyone in the space of ag tech, and happily it's getting its due, and its attention. And what we focus on at the Yield Lab is advancing, as I mentioned, late early stage innovation across all of agriculture. So crop science, precision ag, animal health, sustainability, traceability, food ingredients, all of it. I wish we could come up with a different term than accelerator, because it is very much not what we do. We are not a fixed classroom. We're not a short process. We're not a 5-6 month. We are a very deep subject matter expert aligned. We go on forever. Our obligations to these companies may just be, if it's a seed stage investment, a year, still much longer than most, but we really continue on with these companies. But in the early days of reason why the Yield Lab was created is because the model for accelerators that was built in Silicon Valley was much more internet tech related. So more of a, small amount of investment and hopefully, some help in your business plan and your overall business processes. But it's small seed funding and then, out the door you go. So, but everything in agriculture is tied to a growing season. You just can't rush it. And all of the pillars I mentioned, crop production, precision ag, animal health, all of them, they're all interconnected. So you need more time, but more importantly, since innovation is required deep within those pillars, you need relevant subject matter experts who can understand and the importance or significance of the innovation, to even know of something that we should be working with before we even bring them in to a short list in considering for our funds, and then help these companies go through to commercialization. Hence the reason why the Yield Lab was created, was to set up a vehicle to be able to do that. The tie-in to my career, going back to me introducing my very long introduction of myself, is we're still in the information age, now called the digital age, and the great digitization of agriculture is happening. I have been on both sides as an investor and an acquirer responsible for commercializing new technology, and also have worked for startup with a successful exit. It's out of the necessity that the Yield Lab was created. Humans have pushed our natural resources beyond their limit. We know if we're going to be able to sustain our society, we need to circle back to this amazing, yet very old, 10,000-year-old industry, which in itself, because of the advancements in agriculture, allowed for the industrial age. And the industrial age then drove to the information age. So they're all interconnected, but now looking for more sustainable ways to produce more with less. And agriculture is really that last trillion-dollar industry remaining to be transformed. And I'm really glad that I can play a small role in this necessary transformation. But it's not easy work. If we're really going to truly transform this industry through science and expertise, we're going to have to find new ways to create innovative efficiencies. And this means collaborating with cross-industry technology applications. This means investments focused on financial, social, and environmental outcomes, and producers developing new and innovative techniques. There's just absolutely no easy button. If you don't advance the early stage of these companies, we're just never going to make it. It's the early stage is the most challenging part. It's the most fragile. There's multiple valleys of death that the startups will go through getting to this journey, which it's not just about, you know, venture capital funding and hand holding. It's about really getting underneath the science areas that they've identified as being their unique intellectual property and helping them through to the other side. But it's a great balancing act. Sorry, I came off the full screen. So, you know, you can't, if you meet it and you're really gonna get enough food on this planet to sustain, you know, 10 billion people in a couple of decades, you've got to embrace the fact that agriculture uses up the majority of the natural resources in regards to water especially, and that food waste is a real challenge, and it's not at the consumer end, it's all along the supply chain. You know, in Singapore, we have the 30 and 30 initiative, which is to be 30% self-sufficient in 30 years. But what about that other 70%? So it's important to look at food from the point of creation at the farmer level. That's where the waste begins to happen, all the way through the supply chain to the final consumer, and beyond that, what happens after that. And then environmental change. We can't change it in the near term, but we can adapt to it. And then demographics. You can't totally disrupt the ecosystem and throw, you know, 28% of the world's population out of the way they make a living, which is either in farming or with and through agribusiness of some sort. And nothing could be more impactful. You know, I know impact investing and in measurement has become a topic of discussion, but to be honest, everything in ag tech is about impact, because it's all about driving inefficiencies out and being able to find new ways to do more with less. And as you do more with less, bringing the planet, the people, and creating prosperity, so there's going to be enough highly nutritious food on this planet for everybody. So the way we go about it, because, you know, we are global, it's important that we're able to pull these deals around the globe as fast as possible. And I say global, we're a federation of funds, which really isn't a monetary authority of Singapore terminology, but it's an important soft thing that we do amongst our funds, in that we work together to understand the importance of the innovation that's been invested in and advanced in other funds of our funds, and helping those innovations to be able to get into their highest potential addressable market as fast as possible. And if you can do this with great velocity, and if you can look at agriculture as this chessboard, and having all the pieces, all the different spots covered with pieces, then you can of innovation. Then we have a chance of being able to turn back this clock and to comprehensively turn the planet back a bit, so that we can slow down and accelerate our ability to get enough food on this planet and produce in a sustainable sort of way. That's the reason why we were created. So, you know, what we do is very tightly aligned around relevant industry subject matter experts. None of us are young. We come with a 30-year or 20 or 30-year background, which means we've got 20 or 30 years of relationships that we leverage with our potential investments, and we get them to weigh in very early. So if it's an innovation in, let's say, animal health, we're having a 20, 30-year immunologist that's looking at this innovation. And the other side benefit of that is that we're able to then close the gap between, you know, the innovation and the companies that are more than likely going to maybe do a POC, invest, or acquire. Most of the innovation, unless it's on the consumer front end, food tech side, is going to be acquired, is going to be at the form of exit. It's going to be through an acquisition. So the closer, the faster you can get to close that gap in R&D, the better for the company and the better for the world. And you can free up those other 100 people focusing on the same problem to be able to, those intelligent people to focus on something else. We provide a bigger ticket amount per investment, and we always make sure that the ones that understand the industry the most, the producers and the innovators out in the field, are involved. When we started putting together the Yield Lab, we looked at the study that was done by the Kauffman Foundation that said that funds that were managed by subject matter experts were 4 times more likely to achieve exceptional results. And we thought, hey, it seems like we're on the right track. Now, you know, 6 years later, these are our results. Just the early stage investments, so if you just talk about the seed stage investment, has driven 54 times, over 50 times in follow-on investment. And an unrealized return of between 18 to 22% on our funds. And I say unrealized because until you have a hard exit, you're not going to know the actual IRR. We've already now, it's about right. It's usually an exit in ag tech is between 6 to 8 years. And we have already started receiving exits or achieving exits. Last year we had 2 companies and another one already this year, hard exits through acquisition. And we see a great deal of deal flow. So since we started, we see thousands of deals, and we've selected less than 3%. And the stuff that we leave on the cutting floor is pretty fantastic. So our investors and us get a chance of getting access to that curated deal flow and acting upon it if they wish from a co-investment perspective. So we're regional and we're global. So why this is important is because each region has its own challenges. In Asia Pacific, there's challenges now in food safety and sustainability and from the environment perspective, but you really can't say North America has a huge food safety issue. So each region, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific have different challenges. This is also a massive smallholder farming region, and so it's extremely important that innovation is made that can be leveraged across the smallholders in a way that can be monetized, because it's not going to be monetized through the smallholders. They have no money. And no smallholder wants to be a smallholder. So as fast as we can get them to where they make a little bit more money, they can get a little bit more land, they get another animal and advance into some other crops, then they can get out of being a smallholder. So anyway, if we can do this in a comprehensive way, aligning the high impact that these ag tech startups and pain points with the rest of the globe and the total addressable market, we then, in a comprehensive way, have a chance of solving this unsolvable equation of getting enough food on this planet with using less resources. This is just to illustrate the point that, you know, we do have subject matter experts across the regions that are aligned by expertise, science area, as well as the residency. You could argue the point that a thought leader, it could be global. It doesn't really matter where they reside, and we've never been residential in anything we do. So, but this is just to illustrate the point as far as the subject matter expertise that we have access to. So if you were to look at the Yield Lab with this cog, this wheel that begins moving faster and faster, it's made up of science, innovators, thought leaderships, academia, and as we go faster and faster, we're at over 50 companies now. We'll be close to 90 next year, and you know, and in the hundreds the year after. But it's not about the quantity; it's about the fact that we are comprehensively covering off all different aspects of agriculture. And the right side is just to demonstrate how we do what we do, identifying around the regional food systems, being able to then identify those areas or gaps that need focus on, either from investment and the Yield Lab funds or from our not-for-profit perspective, align with those science and subject matter experts that we're going to have take them through the process or be with them and help them, whether it could be horizontal or vertical thought leaders, start to select and then commercialize and get them as fast as possible into their total addressable market with velocity. And this is some of our companies. I'm going to do a time check and see how I'm doing. You know, I could take you through a couple of these if that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Claire. You're having time on your. So okay. Please carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, let's start from like our early years. In 2015, one of our companies in our first cohort, it's Pribula, Pribula is an innovation based on the Pangamia tree, very relevant for India because it's all over India. It's called the Mempari here in Singapore. It's a tree that grows a legume or a bean, which is very bitter to eat. And what these innovators have found a way is to extract the bitterness from the bean and create high protein, 50% protein cooking oil. And in this way, monetizing a tree that had never been used for anything. I think maybe it's in the original book of Ayurveda as an essential oil, and that's it. And it's a tree that's carbon negative. It allows for reforestation. It's productive for 35, 40 years. It handles periodic drought and flooding. And so it's a pretty hardy scenario, and they also have a high protein flour that they have extracted. There's no leftover cake or residue that has to be dealt with, as in palm. It's very safe to harvest. You just use a regular peanut shaker, and the company is now valued at over 150 million, and it just went through its Series E round. Other companies that have had large rounds recently is Biotech, just had a $147 million round in the last couple of months, 2 months ago. In our region, just to be relevant to India and Asia, we have in our portfolio in Asia Pacific Fossil, which is doing microclimate data and predictive and prescriptive analytics using a sensor, which is patented, which is affordable, and a person can just install it, needs no servicing. They're going crop by crop and this big data accumulation, starting with grapes, capsicum, pomegranate, as they go. And Fossil's going through another round right now. They're already generating, I think, 50,000 a month in revenue, and have done really fantastic in their growth. Credit AI, which is a smallholder farmer solution, for credit, getting accredited loans from actual institutions as a vehicle to allow farmers, smallholder farmers, to be known and credit worthy. Right now, that's the problem. There's $1 billion market that the banks would love to access, but there's such a high credit risk because these are unknown entities. And through the capture of historical and current and future information, and using artificial intelligence and machine learning, being able to back into a credit rating for these small holders. There's something in it for everyone. The bankers then are assured that their loan is being used for the purpose that it was applied, and that they have to deploy that loan through the FPO. And the FPO was for all the farming needs, whether it be for fertilizer or seeds, would be through the FPO, through a smart card or their smartphone. In this way, the banker knows that the money is being used for what it was applied for, and also ensures a high repayment rate. And there's something for everybody in their value proposition for the banks, for the FPOs getting a CRM solution, and for the smallholders being able to get the loans. Oh gosh, I could go on, so you probably don't need me to, but in animal health, we have EIO Diagnostics, which is doing udder mass effectively and inexpensively detecting udder mastitis in cows and goats. So it's an inexpensive way to be able to detect something before it goes pear-shaped and scar tissue is happening in the cow or the goat. Once there's scar tissue, milk production stops, and that animal is no longer able to produce. Yeah, so that's just to give you a little snapshot of what we're doing. Like I mentioned, a lot of women. I mean, I don't know how that happened, but so we have in our fund, we actually, first time ever, it's just they were the right people for the roles, and I'm really happy about that, but it wasn't by design. And it's just that these are the most skilled individuals. Michelle Chi, who's an experienced fund manager, having worked for Evia Capital and has had experience across this region managing a $100 million fund. Nancy Lowe, who's a proven entrepreneur herself, and a background in the technology industry. Sophie Guo, whose experience is originally technology, but she's got her education in circular economy from Wharton, and also has an affinity towards aquaculture and microalgae. Some great venture partners that are, in Silicon Valley. Kevin Chen, who has got his PhD at MIT, and actually was involved with crop enhancement as a CEO and turned that company through a Series B round. So that was his ag tech involvement. And he really loves ag tech. That's why he's involved with us, because he's also doing another fund, which is deep tech. And Mirzan Mahathir, who is background in technology and has his own fund as well, and a background in supply chain and logistics. So great people. Now the men start showing up. Okay, morning, yeah, men alert. So we got men showing up in North America, but these are really clever guys that come out. Juan Ferrer was the #3 guy at Monsanto and is now the head of strategy for Sumitomo. Pat Pinkston was CIO at John Deere. Bob Norgren is a lifelong immunologist. He's a C-level executive at Muriel. So some really fantastic people, and that's what makes us roll. I mean, what makes us roll is our investors, our general partners that are, bring in the subject matter experts that we need when we need them. Our network is vast, hundreds globally around everything from tropical plant science to water technology to aquaculture. Our investments make up our ecosystem, and also all of our different funds and our investors. So that's us. I gave you a speed talk of the Yield Lab. I hope that resonates with some of you, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you, Deepak.
Thanks a lot, Yara. It's pleasure, very insightful discussion, and the whole idea of Yield Lab and having subject matter experts helping the startup. Unfortunately, we have run out of the time to have question answer session, because I didn't want it to interrupt your flow. So thanks a lot. It was a pleasure having you as a speaker for this awesome event, Women in Agriculture Web Summit. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Deepak.
My pleasure. So we already have our next speaker, and we are having an awesome speaker, UVL Ananda. She's head corporate communication and public affairs at the East West Seed, one of the most respected seed companies in the world focused on innovation. Ananda started her career as a journalist and has worked at senior level with various agriculture corporations. Floor is yours, Ananda. Please take us through your insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. Could you please help me can I share the screen?
Yeah, please, you can.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. And at the outset, I'd like to thank Mr. Deepak Parekh, who is a farmer, author, speaker, and expert in digital transformation, and also a technology pioneer and a speaker at World Economic Forum. And I'm really very inspired by his example, and I often see the example of him going and talking to the farmers. And that is what we should all do. So since Deepak has already explained a little bit about my corporate profile, a little bit about my journey into the world of agriculture. Basically, my first and foremost influence has been my father, Dr. U. Prasad Rao, who's been a geneticist and a rice geneticist and a breeder for many years. So I used to hang around with him. He used to take me everywhere. I went to the labs, I went to the farms, I met with the greats of in agriculture, such as Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Swaminathan. I was fortunate enough to hear all the transformations which were happening in the agriculture right in my childhood. So it helped me to connect with agriculture, and it became a part of my kind of self, so to speak. So I would like to say that naturally, even though I worked as a working journalist with Economic Times and Times of India, there was this thing in me to go back to agriculture and contribute in some way. So I stuck with the agriculture industry, and I'm not just an armchair, speaker about agriculture, but I also practice. We have a farm, and we also grow paddy and vegetable seeds, of course, from East West Seed. So A little bit about East West Seed, a few things, because I think the precedent set by our founder, Dr. Simon Groot, is a very big inspiration for all of us. So East West Seed is a Dutch-based tropical seed with 37 years of experience in breeding, producing, and delivering high-quality vegetable seeds. Founded by Dr. Simon Groot, winner of the World Food Prize in 2019, East West Seed focus is developing improved vegetable varieties to help smallholder farmers to increase their production. We are also #1 in 2019 Global Access to Seed Index, which recognizes the commitment and performance in providing world smallholders access to quality seeds. East West Seed has recently been ranked in the top 30 by the Fortune 2020 Change the World list of global companies that are doing well by doing good. We're also among the top 10 seed companies in the world and are about in the top 6 companies in India. Our goal is to be among the top 3 by 2022, driven by market-leading growth. Currently, we offer 150 varieties across 32 crops for Indian farmers and contribute in expanding in India with R&D centers, warehouses, and new products. Knowledge transfer, which is being envisioned by Dr. Simon Groot, seeks to improve skills and knowledge and techniques of growers in rural, underdeveloped regions. And equipped with advanced agricultural practices, these growers can earn higher yields and better economic gains and set the stage for long-term market development. So East West Seed globally dedicates 1.25% of its global turnover for this initiative. It's a very large organization and runs in tandem with, we work with multi-stakeholders, well-known, agencies, multilateral agencies in order to make this happen. So this is one of the top initiatives, and this also has a very important part dedicated to the women empowerment as well. So I'll speak about it a little bit. So, our leadership is Mr. Dilip Rajan, who is the Chief Strategy Officer, who's built the Indian organization, and of course, Mr. G.C. Shivkumar, who's the General Manager for East West Seed India now. So coming to women in agriculture in India, well, globally, if you see, they're of vital importance to the rural economy. This has been reiterated several times. Around 75% of the women in the rural areas work full-time, but only 13% have any land ownership, and that continues to be unprecedented in the sector. They also spend more time on the field, but have little or no decision-making power. It's not so different in India as well. We employ 80% of all economically active women in India, and which includes 48% of the self-employed farmers and 33% of the agricultural force, but still there are many challenges they have to deal with. So coming to the challenges, despite all the progress, despite all the milestones, these continue to, the norm sideline women. They have limited access to knowledge. Women are not comfortable, also culturally and socially, to participate in trainings in mixed groups. And this limits their movements, and women cannot go to the meetings far away from home. And men continue to remain as the main decision makers and control most of the resources. And women work, but they do not manage the results from their labor, which is a very important point. Women also do not directly participate in decision making on vegetable growing, for instance. And they have little or no access to land and limited access to finance and thus inputs for growing vegetables. So coming to the priorities, there are several schemes which have been envisioned by the government. Any initiatives that help the women in agriculture sector, and no doubt a section of them are already benefiting from the improved access to capital, to technology and infrastructure, which is helping them to make them self-sufficient. But these interventions are required on a much more scale in order to help women. the principal thing is to make women become a part of the decision-making process. This is something which is still lacking. And we also require that the land ownership issue needs to be resolved in some manner. This has to be taken up because this is really the key thing in Indian agriculture. If you just create some, initiatives, but because of which the women are not able to take advantage of, there wouldn't be any use of such things in the long run. So we need to look at, increasing confidence in them, instilling them with social and economic security by providing them an inclusive environment. And that is really the, priority item for us. So we need more examples. Of course, there are, companies which are doing this. And I would like to take the example of my own company and in East West India. We focus on women farmers as a part of our knowledge transfer, as I had explained earlier. And we provide training to rural women in improved techniques in agriculture, especially in commercial vegetable farming, that is much more economically viable for them to grow vegetables in their kitchen garden. Now, there are two advantages of this. One is that it contributes towards nutrition of the family by growing vegetables in the small area that they have, like a kitchen garden or area which is available to them in their small farm itself. Also, we provide training in agricultural practices so that they'll help their entrepreneurial skills. When they use this knowledge, they're able to sell a little bit of their produce and earn some more gains in addition to the regular farming practices that they do. And this also helps them to focus on nutrition. So we believe that by empowering them, we're actually boosting the country's long-term, in the long term. So this is not only that we do it in India, but in various parts of the world, as you can see in Nigeria and other, they're all from our farms. And we approach this from a very long-term perspective as well. So coming to what needs to be done, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that if women had the same access to productive resources as men, they would increase these yields on their farms by 20 to 30%. And this could raise the total agricultural output in developing countries by 4%, which could in turn reduce the number of hungry people in the world by 12 to 17%. And that is 100 to 150 million people. I mean, it's, really an eye-opening statement. So there's an inclusive approach all the way from policy to implementation is essential to bring women working in agriculture into the mainstream and empower them with direct access to knowledge of improved agricultural practices. So how can we make a difference? We need to incorporate inclusion of women at various levels, especially in the agriculture industry. And I wouldn't say that it is the mandate of only the government or the policy makers. It has to be across. Everyone has to internalize this concept and bring agriculture, bring women into the agriculture. And as we go towards, looking at agriculture as an industry going forward in India, and someday I'm sure we will get the industry status as well. They are the principal pillars of contribution, and they can contribute in a number of ways. And as a woman to woman, I would also like to reach out and say that for many of us, taking up a career in agricultural industry is not our first choice. When we graduate, when we come out, we do our MBAs, our first career choice is really, go to the IT sector or go to some other profitable sector. But look at how agriculture has made a difference, especially in these times of the pandemic. It has been an eye-opening for everyone, I'm sure. And really, if you want to bring women into agriculture, we ourselves have to be there in order to make our voices heard. And that would make a lot of difference. And I'd like to reiterate that many of us think that domain knowledge of agriculture is essential, or domain knowledge of science is essential to enter into this field, as since it's a very, we look at it as a very technical stream, but I would like to say that we can contribute in various ways, and we should start looking at it like an industry, like any other choice that we have when we get in. So we can make a difference, we can make a contribution at various levels. And once we are there, we can make things move, make things happen. Because the more of us have to be there and to make a real difference. So setting an example from your own side makes a lot of difference. So I would like to end here, and I would welcome some questions.
Thanks a lot, Ananda. It was pleasure listening to you, and the passion you are having about getting more and more women successful as a producers, as a farmers. So we already have a couple of questions, for you. The first question actually, the audience has put across to me is that they would like to understand a case study in which you have been able to, support or enhance income of women farmer. Would you be having something handy to talk about on that?
Any specific area or a region? We have definitely, as a part of a knowledge transfer, have been organizing a lot of women, training for women, especially for women. So we are working with Solidaridad, we work with many other multilateral agencies in order to help them. I mean, we organize, as you've seen in my presentation, we actually organize field days for women, where only women come. And we have demo plots, and we actually show them and help them to understand the technique of vegetable farming, because that is what makes all the difference. And there is no question that they definitely make additional income. And I have many success stories, which I've seen with my own eyes. I have gone to Kiamjur 3 days after I was, there, and I just had the opportunity to interact with some of the women farmers who are successful. One of them actually bought a motorcycle, and she has become, a kind of a role model for everyone over there. And I was so happy because they are able to find their feet. The confidence in them is high when they're able to, get some additional income as well and become contributors to help their families. So there are many, I don't know which case study, but there are several such case studies and inspiring stories to be told.
Yeah, Ananda, before I ask you next question, can you stop presenting so that you can be full screen?
Sure.
Perfect. So next question is in line of the previous question, again asked by the audience. Do you partner with governments, and what is the support the government gives in your initiative in empowering women?
We are working with a number of departments, and we are also working with some of the universities to make this happen. Obviously, cannot such a large scale intervention cannot happen single-handedly. For instance, we work with the KVKs in Rajasthan and in some of these places. So some also in Orissa, in some of these states. So yes, we adopt a kind of a multi-stakeholder approach in order to make this happen.
Perfect. A follow-up question on the same. Are you seeing some governments more receptive than the others? Specifically when you said Orissa or Rajasthan, what would be a choice? You would like to work more in Orissa or Rajasthan?
Generally, we have seen that when you mention this initiative, most of the governments are very proactive, and we have seen so far our experience is very positive. So there's nothing like a typical comparison, but definitely I would say that most of the governments are very open now. There is a lot of there is a change. There is definitely a lot of change in the way governments, especially the state governments, are looking at these kind of interventions.
Great. Now there is a follow-up question. this is more of like, differentiation of, because a country like India, right, we could say that like, if you see the large states, we are talking about 30 countries within a one country. How difficult, and all the like, the agriculture is a state subject, and a lot of things happen from the principal secretary agriculture in the government departments of the state. How difficult is to coordinate with like so many governments, or like, or you're enjoying what you're doing?
It is difficult. I wouldn't say it's easy. It poses, there are still some challenges. We have to really work to cut down some red tape and some bureaucratic issues that we have, the paperwork that we have. Sometimes the bureaucrats are the ones who make things happen a little bit quickly. And in some of the states, it's a little bit difficult. It takes, time. But I think over a time, we've seen that definitely there is more receptiveness in most of the government officials in the government departments. And they're also keen that, we come and become partners in this initiative over a long term.
Now going to a little bit on the side of business. Vegetable has always been a risk crop, right? Because you have to put in a little bit more money to buy seeds. You have to put in like a lot of pesticide, and to ensure that actually like, whatever you are going to harvest is safe from all the vagaries of which nature throws at you. Do you see like, that there is a interest of women farmer to move towards, I'll say that more risky, but more paying crops like vegetable?
First of all, it's not risky to do market-oriented vegetable farming with the right techniques. And that is why we are utilizing the knowledge transfer to, there is a technique involved in vegetable farming. Also, the quality of the seed is very important. Like Dr. Simon Root says, a quality seed can change the life of a farmer, So the quality of the seed is very important. So when you have the right quality, it has the resilience. We spend a lot of time in R&D in our resources internally in order to ensure that we come out with, crops which are resilient, which can, specifically tolerate some of the, the vagaries of nature or the disease and the pests. Therefore, with right management, we have so many examples to show. Some of the commercial crops like bitter gourd, for instance, in the small piece of land, they are able to make more money compared to what they actually make in the same land when they invest in a cereal crop like, rice, for instance. So that is the perception that we are working to change. This is the key thing, really, that vegetable farming is difficult. It is more expensive. But if you see the results, and the economic gains compared to what you actually invest, I think it's economies of scale, isn't it? It just works out very well in the end, and it's a win-win. So that is what we're trying to do. It's a very good question, because this is really at the heart of everything we're trying to do. That is why, Dr. Simon Groot, actually, when he started the company, he also started knowledge transfer, because he thought that if the farmer doesn't know what to do with the seed in the right way, and he doesn't know the technique of growing this in the right way, he's not going to, make any gains, not going to get any profits. And also our own scientists and our own R&D personnel have come out with so many small, innovations. Like, for instance, we have come out with spun-bound technique, which is like you have a cover which will cover your entire, crop, and that will save you from the pest. So that will reduce your spraying and also your water, because it doesn't evaporate, you see. And also we have come up with small techniques also for mulching, because this, the traditional mulching is plastic and all this, it's quite expensive. So for instance, in Africa, our knowledge team transfer team is actually working with the local farmers and helping them to do with the locally available, dried leaves and everything to do. That also works very well. So who said that you have to have a traditional? So these are the things, for instance, the staking, how to do low-cost staking. That is also a part of our training. So you see, it's not just that we are just selling the seed, you see, so it's we are also coming up with many low-cost techniques and passing them on to the farmers so that they can also benefit from the knowledge and have better economic benefit.
No, I fully agree with you on this. The reason of asking this question in the tone I asked was that this is the tone I get when I ask people to go for vegetable. Lack of
True.
awareness, lack of awareness and
lack of
understanding,
awareness.
right? That create this hindrance to adopt something which is more economically profitable for them. And you
Yes.
rightly mentioned like about mulching. In fact, like, as you are aware, we do farming. We are using completely green mulching. So like, jute, right? The stubble of crops, the banana leaves. That is what we are using for mulching. It is far more. I'm saying that agronomically also better to use these type of thing than mulching rather than going for the plastic mulching. It is easier, and the best thing is that actually, like, it can be reused as well, right? And it doesn't impact negatively the environment. So there are a lot of best practices the country like yours which is doing on ground is helping a lot. Now my another question, maybe like, it's up to you want to handle it or not. The extension service in India is broken, right? That is my own experience, right? So I'm not going through like, reading something and saying that extension works in India, but maybe like, there is a negative publicity about it. But I've seen extension services totally broken when you go to the rural areas. That needs private players like you to be having more foot on ground to provide those training. How does that suits your business models, right? Where like, for impacting something on ground, which should be the job of the society or the governments of the day, right? The private players have to do that. Do you see that like, that creating one of the challenge in India, that the new advanced technologies are not being scaled up in the rural areas?
I think so. I have seen extension work in play, when I was very young. I actually traveled with my father when, there was the spirit of green revolution everywhere. And I actually saw them. He personally went and trained the farmers. There was a difference. I mean, it was very well organized, and there was a lot of commitment in extension department of agriculture. But the problem is somewhere it is now, I think, lost its objective-driven, training. It has become outdated. First of all, as you rightly said, it has become very outdated, and the commitment needs to be much more with all the changing technologies. I mean, we are like where we were 6 months ago or a year ago, and thanks to the pandemic, we have just fast forward into a very technological scenario where everything is driven by technology, and quickly the farmers understand this is better. So to begin with, East West had already set an example. We work in 5 states. As I said, knowledge transfer is a kind of an extension itself. But since we specialize in, we are a pure play vegetable seed company, we train the farmers on the techniques of vegetable farming, regardless of whether they are East West farmers or not. By the way, this is open to all the farmers. And so tomorrow if they chose to become East West farmers, it's left to them. It's a matter of choice. But I think we are working we choose every time. For instance, we are starting a work in Northeast, and we are working in the South. So similarly, we are also establishing our presence in the KVKs, because they are great, resource centers, which are, I think, bringing a lot of, stakeholders together. And aggregators, like for instance, even you yourself are a pioneer with DG Agri, and the aggregators are also playing a very big role currently. I think it will all come together. That is what I'm hoping it will happen. Now, let us forget about what only the government can do. Let us now look at what we all can do together in order to make a difference. No more let us, get into this blame game of, whether they are doing this or not. Let us come together and do this more and more. And I think that will be the key to any long-term progress.
No, I fully agree. And that is where I'm trying to be fully committed in empowering more and more farmers on ground and showing them with example, because that is I've also seen that just basic training is one very critical part of it. But when you are able to show in their own, I'm saying that close locality, that you have been able to create a model which is successful, and that even after doing mulching with jute, right? My crop is doing well. Suddenly, like more and more farmers are ready to adopt that. So Ananda, it was pleasure interacting with you, and thanks a lot for taking out time to be here and speak at this Women in Agriculture Web Summit. I believe that when FAO said that you give more resources to women farmer, you'll feed the world. While you give it to men, then he'll feed his family. So with that note, I thank you for all the great work you are doing and your company is doing in empowering women farmers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So now we are having our next speaker, Aashna Singh. Aashna is the co-founder at MoooFarm, and she's an award-winning agri-tech startup. MoooFarm is an award-winning agri-tech startup working towards enhancing the lives of 75 million dairy farmers in India. She was recently awarded the most influential agriculture industry professional in India at the Agriculture Innovation Awards, and she's a Forbes Asia 30 Under 30. Thanks a lot for participating in Women in Agriculture Web Summit, Aashna. Floor is yours, and we would love to hear your insightful story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Thank you so much. And thank you, HnyB, for this opportunity. And what a beautiful summit to organize. It's very, the award you just spoke about that I had won for agricultural innovation. Trust me, when I went, I was one of the 2 women in a huge crowd getting awarded. And I still have that picture that I sent to my colleague and founder, that there was this huge backdrop where you could take pictures, right? And all the awardees were present, and there were 2 women, and I just felt like this is specifically a sector where there is a lot of gender disparity. Probably we don't see a lot of, specifically in India, if I may say. I know a lot of people outside of India, where we see a lot of women in all fields of agriculture and allied sectors. But there is something going on that we need to figure out. But absolutely wonderful for you to organize this specific summit here. Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen now.
I'll just add one thing here. We recognize that, and that is the reason of having this summit. And believe me, actually, like, there is 158 countries in which this gender bias is there in agriculture already, right? Even the remaining 100, the levels are a little bit low, but still there is also that the neutrality is not there. So
this is probably coming from ground, and I'll just talk about it in my presentation as well.
Perfect. Floor is yours. Take care. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepak. So great. Hi, everyone who's tuning into the summit right now. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I'm sure everyone's joining in from different parts of the world. I'm Aashna Singh. I'm the co-founder and COO of MoooFarm. We are an award-winning agri-tech startup working with 100 million dairy farmers in India with a simple mission of making farmers' life prosperous. Just a slight background about myself. I am a business graduate from London School of Economics with a double degree from Sydney Business School. I think 6 years back when I graduated, I came back to India with just one thing, nothing specific that I want to join the development sector or anything else, but with something that wherever I work in, I want to see visible impact in front of me. I had done some internships in some Big Four and MNCs, but I realized that that was not for me. I like the thrill of being on ground to see the impact in front of me, and that's when I met my founder and the current CEO of MoooFarm, Mr. Param Singh. We started with providing. We did a UNDP program providing entrepreneurship skills to rural women. While we were brainstorming, discussing, we realized that we wanted to do something that creates a mass scale impact. We and the kind of focus areas were, how can we do something for the youth, for women, and for farmers? And while we were doing this entrepreneurship training program as part of UNDP project, we realized that these women that we were training, their core was their core responsibility during the day. They would change the training programs just because It was time to feed the cattle. It was time to take, do some health advisory, do something about the cattle. Their life revolved around their kids and their cattle. And that's where we shortlisted that if we wanted to create a large scale impact, agriculture definitely, but in that, dairy and animal husbandry can be one specific sector wherein we focus on youth, wherein we focus on farmers as well as women specifically, and create this mass scale impact. So for those of you who do not know the Indian dairy industry background, let me introduce you to a farmer in India. An average farmer has anywhere between 4 to 6 cattle. Mostly 90% would be small holder farmers, anywhere between 3-6 cattle, and only 5% would be large farmers, that is above 20. So they would, of course, produce certain amount of milk, partly for home consumption, and sell around, let's say, 15 to 20 liters of milk sold to a dairy or a private, what we call here, dudia, and earn around $3,200 as income during the year. This is, of course, one farmer. We have 100 million farmers, smallholder dairy farmers in India. We are the largest milk producer with number 1 crop by value. We have the largest cattle inventory, 30% of the world's cattle population, 300 million cattle in India, with around 80 to 100 dairy farmers who we like to call micro SMEs, because they treat dairy as a business running the industry. But of course, there are some major challenges. Dairy farming is inefficient, leading to low farm profitability. The milk yield in India is average 4 liters per cow per day, compared to 30 liters per cow per day in the European countries. A lot of factors that affect this inefficiency and low farm profitability: lack of qualified veterinarians and dairy knowledge. Although this is a sector that we've been working, the farmers have been working from generation to generation, but the knowledge has never improved. They don't have scientific knowledge. They depend on what their forefathers have been doing. Plus, qualified veterinary advisory is really hard to find on ground. We do have government veterinarians, but they do not end up providing door-to-door service. It's very difficult for farmers to bring a 250, 300 kg cattle to the hospitals. The private veterinarians end up exploiting a lot the farmers, and this huge gap is filled by what we call on ground quackery, quacks. So diploma holders, not even diploma holders, compounders, someone who's done a 15-day course under a doctor starts spreading a rice and giving injections to the cattle, and farmers who are ignorant treat them as doctors as well. So they are the ones because of which the cattle health, advisory, and as well as the breed gets affected. There's lack of financial services, lack of credit, insurance. Only 9% of the cattle in India is actually insured. There is a lack of the right asset, which is the high yielding cattle, and good quality inputs for it to produce good milk. So that's the nutritional inputs, feed, fodder, green fodder, dry matter intake, the mineral health supplements, the mineral mixture, etc. Lack of quality and lack of availability at the ground level, as well as, of course, access to markets. We as MoooFarm are building a hyper-local connected commerce for the farmers, wherein trying to bridge all the gap that the farmers face pre-milk production, so pre-farm gate. So from lack of knowledge and advisory, overcoming that through our online community, giving them advisory through qualified veterinarians using our telehealth platform, getting them a platform for cattle trading where they can actually access high-yielding cattle from not just their surrounding villages, but from high-yielding states. And in the coming months, in the coming future, also giving them access to medicine, feed, financial services, as well as the market. So we have a mobile application with currently 1 million downloads across India, with some very flagship features. So like I explained, first of all, we have an e-dairy veterinarian feature, which is like a telehealth platform. where farmers can connect to qualified veterinarians, being the major gap, get advisory and all their cattle issues resolved, get prescription from each veterinarian for their cattle, which gets synced to the cattle's timeline, just at 10% of the cost that they would ultimately give for a physical vet on ground when the vet would visit them. Now, this was tried and tested by us during the last year lockdown COVID, where we felt this huge gap wherein the veterinarian, no veterinarian, government, private, any veterinarian could visit the farmer. So to bridge this gap, we instantly started a toll-free feature providing free access, and we realized 70 to 80% of the problems faced by farmer can be solved virtually by a veterinarian, because most problems, if I can sum it up, there are 10 different problems, 5 different types of diseases, nutritional elements problem, all those can be solved virtually via audio as well as video call now that we have on our eDairy veterinarian platform. Then the next flagship feature we have is a cattle trading platform, wherein the buyers and the sellers get connected on the platform, just like OLX for cattle, right? So if you want to sell and you're buying and selling your cars these days on the platform, so can you do that cattle, wherein it is verified and qualified by our MoooFarm team, by our veterinarians, and you can easily connect to the sellers, get exactly the type of cattle that you would want. Farmers can also manage their entire dairy P&L, record their revenue, expense, understand and make a record of what kind of expenses, the loss or any profit they faced during the month, as well as any kind of profits made. We have some other features like our community platform, wherein we provide a lot of knowledge advisory. So from health advisory, nutritional information about loans, subsidies, as well as a lot of peer-to-peer connect and advisory, which became a major hit during the COVID, where COVID lockdown last year, wherein the farmers were completely isolated and there was no informational exchange happening between the farmers. So basically trying to focus how the digital tools can completely change the dairy landscape, bringing in white technology revolution. So 50, 60 years back, we had white revolution where we had organized dairy coming in. But now we feel is the time to bring in white technology revolution, wherein farmers get smarter just by holding a device in the palm of their hands. So like I was explaining, all these features are built listening to the farmers and through a lot of beta testing and understanding what do they want. So from the toll free, we understood that there is that gap between health advisory not reaching the farmer's doorstep and majority of the problems that could be solved virtually while connecting to a qualified veterinarian on the platform. Again, from the community interaction, we realized that the farmers feel isolated. Otherwise, in the pre-COVID era, we could see a lot of cattle fairs happening, Pashu Melas, like we call it. The government was organizing a lot of Pashu Melas and Mandis, and that is where the farmers would meet other farmers from all over the country and exchange not just information, cattle information, but that is where they would understand what is new in the market. So that gap we could see getting fulfilled by a community interaction platform. And while the community interaction was happening, we realized that organically, it was like a focus group for us, that 60 to 70% of the information exchange on the platform started happening around buying and selling of cattle. And that's where it hit us that cattle trading is a huge opportunity. It is something that the farmers genuinely need, because otherwise they are highly dependent on their agents, who they call cattle brokers, who are also geographically restricted to, let's say, 10, 15 villages around, while they would ideally want access to, for example, take a high yielding cattle from Karnal, Haryana, right? Or from Rajasthan. So breaking that geographical barriers is wherein we brought in the cattle trading platform, where they could access information, and exchange and buy and sell cattle at the right price. So we have done a lot of groundwork. We very early during our stint in MoooFarm, we realized we realized that technology only amplifies certain gaps and needs. What you need specifically for the rural audience that we are focusing on is ground intervention as well, accelerated, supported by technology. So we wherever we are working deep, we have our village level entrepreneurs or ambassadors, or you can say community leaders, who ensure that digital literacy gap is being bridged with these dairy farmers. So bridging that gap, we have village entrepreneurs who do digital literacy skills, who make sure that the application is used, understood by the farmers, who offer extension services on ground, telling them about the dairy best practices, and they are well trained by us. So we have seen on ground certain impact that wherever we have worked, specifically in our B2B corporate social responsibility projects, we have seen a 90% increase in farmers' dairy knowledge. We have seen them now starting to focus on nutritional advisory. Earlier, they would just say that, oh, I need more milk, let me feed more. That is not how things work. There is a proper ration balancing program that we are doing. For example, we're doing this with Government of Maharashtra and National Dairy Development Board in Maharashtra. So we have seen farmers adopting that and giving more mineral mixture to the cattle. We've seen, because of all the interventions, there's an increase in milk production, reduction in the cost that is that they've been incurring for, let's say, treatment or veterinary cost or consultation cost. So we have seen that on ground happening. Another thing, because we are here to talk about women, women who've played a role in agriculture, I had to talk about a special initiative of MoooFarm called Project Dawn that we also just recently launched as part of the UN 4th Summit. Project Dawn is about dairy, agriculture, women, and nutrition. So when I talk about majority of small scale farmers, 80 to 90% of the work is being done by women. They are the ones who actually feed the cattle. They are the ones who take care of the cattle, ensure the AI of the cattle, everything. But men actually become the face of the farmers, because they are the ones who take the milk from the farm to, like, let's say, a milk cooperative or a BMC, milk chilling center. So they become the face, but the entire work is actually being done by women. So we, as a special initiative under MoooFarm, want to focus on these women dairy farmers and make sure that the extension and technology services actually reach the end person who takes care of the cattle. Like I was telling, the system currently, it is not inclusive. Less than 5% of rural women own a cow. They don't have access to smartphones, hence their access to mobile data is very limited. They do not have access to financial equity or transactions. And of course, they end up being less part of the organized dairy sector. So we are here to make the dairy farming inclusive, sustainable, efficient, and nutritious, focusing on insurance, focusing on providing the right access to the women farmers, so that they could end. We feel only women can end this malnourishment in the country. So to do that, we have this special initiative wherein we've realized that the village level entrepreneur concept that I talked about, to specifically train women dairy farmers, we would need to have women ambassadors, ultimately go from village to village and pass on these extension services. So this was about MoooFarm. This is us. I am very honored to be sharing and managing the company with very capable co-founders, Param, Jitesh, and Abhijit. And we have, as part of MoooFarm, we have won multiple awards. We are part of the World Economic Forum. We won the Agri-Tech Challenge for insurance in for our facial recognition of cow, and also for our e-advisory services. We won the Startup India, Government of India Animal Husbandry Grand Challenge. So absolutely, this is us, and thank you so much.
Wow, that is what I can say.
Thank you, Deepak.
Yeah, so actually, like, a couple of the logos, like, it put me in a little bit of nostalgia. So I was also awarded by the World Economic Forum 2018 as a technology pioneer. Worked very closely with them on various initiatives, including AI for AI, that is artificial intelligence for agriculture innovation. So awesome to know that, like, you breeze that glass ceiling, right?
Thank you so much, Deepak.
In fact, only thing I would love more, like, startup to be driven by women like you. Now coming to, like, some of the question which has been asked by, like, our audience, as well as like we received from our social media handles. The first question is that the numbers. So somebody commented that, like, 100 million farmers and 5 to 6 cattle per farmer. Is that the average? So would you like to talk about the numbers a little bit more about the cattle and productive cattle in India? Because cattle is also seen as a lot of nuisance, right? We see roaming around. I do some initiative to help them out, but I think that's a pity state to be in. So your views on both the part, numbers as well as the challenges of non-productive cattle.
So when we talk about 300 million cattle, 150 million are milk cattle. That means milking cattle. The others are not. So when we are focusing, of course, when we focus about dairy farms and dairy farmers, we spoke that we consider them as micro SMEs. That means we deal with farmers who are using cattle they're treating cattle as a dairy business. That means they are doing either they are, let's say, breeder farms who are taking care of the cattle and making sure that when it is in the milking stage or at a heifer stage, they sell off the cattle for a good cash amount, right? So that means they are into breeding, but most of these farmers are large farmers. The small farmers that the small farmers and the farms that I talked about, they treat cattle more just specifically from the milking side. So when if an average they would have, let's say, 4 cattle, only 2 would be in the milking stage. One would be a smaller calf, one would be, let's say, in the heifer stage, etc. So the average amount, the average really differs. So if you go, like, for example, we are working in the backward areas of Maharashtra, right? There you would see an average of 2 to 3 cattle. In the Vidarbha Marathwada region, right? You would see just 2 to 3 cattle in certain areas, while in Punjab, average would be 8 to 10, right? So India being so diverse, and you could never give one number and then say that, this is what it is throughout. So we have seen very completely different areas. Like, for example, UP, you would see 2 cattle and you would see a practice of Anna Pratha. Even those 2 cattle, they would leave it open that they don't have money to feed the cattle. They can't afford a silage bag or a green fodder. So what they would do is they would milk the cattle, leave the cattle so that the cattle would eat from the field or from whatever and then come back. And I'm talking about the most backward areas of UP, right? So numbers, of course, really differ from state to state and the kind of status that the farmer belongs to. So, but yes, the milk product, in my introduction slide, I talked about India being the largest milk producer. That is only because of we have the highest number of cattle. That is not because our cattle gives the highest milk yield or milk productivity. So that is, these numbers are very tricky because they may show that, wow, 300 million cattle, and I know we pray cattle and everything, and largest milk producer. But ultimately, it's just the numbers. It's because we have a high population of even cattle itself working in our favor, but the productivity is very extremely low.
Perfect. Another question would be, like, you talked about the facial recognition of cows and cattle. I'll put it that way. There have been a lot of technologies actually I come across, like, interacting with companies in Europe as well as in US, whether they are actually the movement monitoring, as well as based on that, they are able to, like, do predictive analytics and come out with what could be the possible challenges or the possible yields that cattle would be giving. Are you looking to adopt these technologies, or are you already using AI somewhere, right, to ensure
yes,
that
this is built through of course using AI and ML, specifically machine learning, but right now with the intention it was built to identify and give a unique identity to the cattle. What you are talking about, yes, but I have also seen a lot of great companies doing that, especially in Israel, right? So but that is because that's an external camera, and because that is basically built on the movement of cattle. But that is because that can only be possible in large farms where they have enough space for the cattle to move. We are smaller sheds, and somewhere we don't even have sheds, right? So that kind of technology we really try. There's a Fitbit for cattle. If you've seen certain videos, right, the cattle gets, and the more she walks, you see the rumination count, etc., and you understand what kind of diseases would the cattle probably have. But that we realized currently not, I know certain companies doing some things about it, but currently not suitable for the smallholder context, right? Where there is no shed and there is no free movement of the cattle. What we focused on was just the facial recognition parts to give a unique identity of the cattle. And this was part of the insurance challenge. Why? Because one of the biggest frauds that happen in the cattle insurance segment is that currently the only way to identify a cattle is through an ear tag, right? Which is the most common concept that happens through which you know that this cattle is A, B, C, D, or whatever tag number you have given. But what the farmers do is, it's not difficult to take that the tag out, or even we've known cases where they cut the ear tag of a dead cattle which was not insured and say my insured cattle died. And one of the reasons why the insurance companies have not fully penetrated into the cattle insurance market, because of certain challenges like this. So this concept was developed to ensure the unique identity of cattle. That will be again very helpful for us even in the cattle trading platform, because you understand this is what you bought and this is uniquely identified, so no one can change the tag and say that this is what I sent you and this is what you chose.
No, I think this solution will work very well even in Africa, where
yes,
cattle are being stolen and then taken cross border from Kenya to Tanzania and sold there, and vice versa. So I believe
right.
this technology is having its huge value. And you rightly mentioned that the size and the number of cattle, right, is the average cattle is less. Don't you see that makes this whole business also very, very challenging, right, to scale up? Or where actually definitely when we talk about, see, I live in Gujarat, so I know 60% of income of farmer is actually because of cattle, right? So in fact they are doing better than other farmers, and they are not as distressed as other farmers in other parts of India, is because they are having an additional income with a very well defined Amul model, where collection of milk and everything happens, and then there is also a lot of follow up and support. Do you see, but overall as a country, right, this whole model of having 3 or 4 cattle, right, in the long run, is going to become a little bit of challenge to maintain, because our yields, as you rightly mentioned, is 12 to 15% of the global yields. So unfortunately, we are putting more resource in producing something, right, which when you counter it with other developed part of the world, you'll see that actually we don't match it up, right?
One of the biggest reasons why we entered this segment pre-farm gate was this, Deepak. That time everyone was focusing on farm to fork. How can I take the milk to the consumers? And we realized that we talk about, you rightly talked about global, we're talking about emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, right? One of the biggest contributor to that is cattle, because of low yield, low productivity. If we can increase that yield and productivity, we could do so much better in this case. If the cattle is producing to a certain amount per annum, and specifically here, but Deepak, I understand what you're talking, but this is a huge part of those smallholder farmers' livelihood. Agriculture gives them an income twice a year. Dairy gives them an income twice a day. Right? It is actually a cash cow that we talk about. It is their cash. And that is where we come in, and why we focus purposely focused on ground extension as well, was that to make the farmers realize that, see, as a company, I can't ensure a better price. I can't ensure that they get 35 rupees per liter or 40 rupees per liter. That is the market forces. But what we can help is, for that 35 rupees, if your yield is more, if your quality fat percentage is more, you get better amount. If your cost is reduced, that is where we focus on why health advisory cost, that we want to increase their profit. Now the profit can be increased, either we increase their top line or we reduce their bottom line, if we are straight talking business, right? And that is why we come in, okay, let us help you reduce your bottom line, so that your disposable income, your profit actually increases, because there is no other way to actually sustain the smallholder dairy farmers, and using a more cash first approach. So dairy is a cash first approach, and we need to promote that.
No, I'm fully with you. Like, we need to promote it more. Only thing what I was trying to mention is that actually we'll have to get into model where we are able to increase yields, and let's do whatever is required, right? If we need to have more veterinarians, we need to do that. If we need to have more skill being given to the farmers, let's do that. If we need to have more centers closer to rural area for collection of milk or chillers required, let's do that, because at the end of the day, like, in the long run, we'll be not doing justice to our farmers who love their cattle, right? Who pray them, who do so many things for them, but at the end of the day, they are still not able to, like, get right value for having that cattle. Now that brings me to the last question. Like, do you also see a lot of overkill of technology in this sector? Because I was approached by one corporation, they wanted their milk packets to have blockchain-based barcodes, right? And I said, come on, like, give me a break. So I'm getting a lot of sometimes, like, these pitches of, like, from all across the world, and, like, sometimes I started believing, like, we really want to create a sci-fi out of it, and then there is so much of confusion, right? On A2s and traceability of A2 milk and all those things. You being practitioner in this area, are you seeing that actually sometimes, like, there is overkill or talk about the technology as well, or you believe that that's okay?
No, I don't think that it's an overkill, but I truly believe that only technology can never solve, right? So this we realized very early on, that the kind of audience that you're dealing with, only technology can never be sustainable, right? This can never be penetrated fully and acceptable and adopted fully by the audience that you're dealing with. So you will have to supplement this by ground efforts. You need to be on ground. You can't just be in your AC office and talk about technology and say that we are a social company and we want to make a change on ground. If you want to make a change on ground, you better be on ground, right? So that is where I truly believe that technology is definitely required. This is boosting every part of the dairy value chain. We are just pre-farm gate, of course. Every value chain can be boosted and leveraged. Technology can be leveraged there, but the companies, I think, need to realize that this needs to be balanced out with actually meeting some human interventions. Your farmers do not understand only technology till the time there is no digital literacy, specifically women, again, that I'm talking to you about. Women who don't have access to smartphones, they are the ones taking care of the cattle, right? Till the time you don't reach the person who's actually doing all the work, right? And only technology cannot do that. So that is where both the efforts need to be made.
Very refreshing to know that, because believe me, I interact with a lot of tech trainers, and believe me, out of 100, 96 or 97 don't want to get their hands in soil, or I'm saying then
dung. Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So it's refreshing that you are ready to walk the talk, and congratulations for doing that. Wish you all the best, and thanks again for joining this panel and be part of this Women in Agriculture Web Summit event. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Deepak. It was a pleasure. All the very best to you and HnyB.
Thank you. So now we are having our next guest, he's already there, and I'm glad to have a technocrat. So Sudakshina is a digital business and industry director at SAP. She's an expert in emerging technology domain, example, e-commerce, both B2B and B2C, digital marketing, Internet of Things, and big data enterprise analytics, and is engaged with customers to jointly define digital enterprise strategy that enables business model transformations. She's also Industry 4.0 lead for SAP India. Thanks a lot, Sudakshina, for being part of this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Deepak, and for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to talk about technology in farming. And it was an interesting discussion. I was listening in to especially the usage of technology in dairy industry in particular. And yeah, I do completely and wholeheartedly agree with the fact that just technology doesn't solve the problems. We actually need to ensure that it reaches the beneficiaries who need it the most. So with that, let me start with the topic that I chose to present here today, and this is a topic that is very close to me as a professional, focused on the consumer and agribusiness industry here at SAP in India. So what I wanted to talk about today is the need for digital farming and what are some of the critical digital farming applications. So that is what I wanted to talk about. I would largely keep the context of my conversation focused on India, because that is the market I'm most familiar with in terms of an understanding of the challenges and where some of the gaps are. So with that, let me quickly take you through the agenda. Over the next 20 minutes, we would talk about a brief overview of India's agriculture sector and then place it in the context of Vision 2020 that the government of India has put forward for this sector. After that, we do a little bit of deep dive into the agri value chain and talk about some of the challenges. And then we go into, how digital farming and some of the applications that are available today can help solve some of these challenges that exist across the agri value chain. And towards the end, I also have a few customer examples that I would like to leave you with. So with that, I'll just get started. So let us talk a little bit about the agriculture sector here in India, an overview. This is across crop and livestock, right? However, some of the data points that I have here are related to crop yield. So of course, no one can deny that for a country of 1.3 billion people, agriculture is indeed our mainstay. And with the growth in population, is agricultural productivity keeping pace with it? And not just productivity, but also meeting the changing demographic requirements of the consumers. So that is the basic premise with which we should look at the sector. Agriculture does account for a significant part of India's GDP when we compare it to manufacturing and services. While India is largely a services-driven economy, manufacturing and agriculture actually account for a significant part of our GDP. India is globally ranked as number 2 just in terms of farm output, and whether it is wheat, a lot of the animal produce like milk, etc. We are global leaders in terms of just the sheer volume of the output, and it is also a big generator of employment. While the rise in wages of farm workers is not showing a very great trend compared to workers in the manufacturing industry or the services industry, yet this sector provides employment to a huge part of the population of our country. Another challenge is that farms, and this Aashna Singh was also talking about, is that the smallholder farmer. So that also leads to certain challenges when it comes to scale, when it comes to adopting technology, investing in technology and driving outcome, because there is a certain cost that goes into investment of technology. However, if the farm size is too small, which in India it averages around 1 hectare, and this is really, many times smaller compared to farms in China and in the US, and these are some of the other large, agricultural producing countries. So that is a big challenge in terms of the small farm holdings and also the crop yields. While a lot of focus post the Green Revolution has been in terms of driving productivity, however, the crop yields at an overall level continue to be low compared to the global benchmarks. And even if we look at rice and wheat, which where we are leading across the world in terms of the volume of produce that we actually are able to generate, yet the productivity is fairly low, both in terms of the rice yield and the wheat yield. So with that, let us also now understand that, what is the government's view on this? So there has been a shift in focus in terms of where we are looking at agricultural interventions. So far, post the Green Revolution and the White Revolution, which is focused more on dairy production increases, historically, large-scale agricultural reforms in India have been geared towards driving production. Whether it is through the application of fertilizers and application of other technology, the focus has largely been in terms of driving production. And we have seen great strides that our country has made, as a result of these policy interventions. But they have led to also certain outcomes, which we will talk about in the next slide. But here, let us understand now how the mind shift and the interventions have shifted, right? So now the focus is more on improving farmer incomes. And this is largely because, because of the declining wages, if we compare it to a service sector worker or a manufacturing sector worker, and also the hard conditions due to limited mechanization, there is a move away, from farms to looking at employment in the cities, right? So improving farmer incomes, focusing on building the linkages and the supply chain infrastructure that is necessary to ensure that farming is a profitable endeavor and employment generator for the nation. So that is what we are focusing on. And this challenge becomes amplified because most of the farmers in India are smallholder farmers, right? So any intervention that we talk about has to be something that they can adopt and generate quick ROI from, right? So keeping these contexts in mind, the focus increasingly in future is going to be changing the mix of the farm produce. So moving away from just producing rice and wheat, which are procured by the government at minimum support prices, moving away from there to a better mix of the farm produce, that will fetch farmers better prices, right? And will and also looking at better storage mechanisms through which the produce will last longer, building better market linkages so that quality-based incentives can also be provided to farmers. So these are again certain key areas where policy is focused on, government interventions are focused on, and a lot of technology interventions are coming actually in these areas, right? So even before we talk about the technology interventions, let us talk about some of the key drivers that will lead to this vision of doubling of farm income by 2022. So some of the key drivers are the focus still remains on productivity, because that is definitely a challenge that farmers, whether they are crop farmers or livestock farmers, face, right? And you just saw the global benchmarks in the previous slide. So productivity continues to be a focus area for us, and we need to look at definitely technology interventions in driving productivity. Also technology interventions to ensure that resources are used efficiently. Largely a lot of the production, a lot of the farming that happens in India today is hugely dependent on groundwater, right? So how can we ensure that irrigation facilities or irrigation leads to is the utilization of water resources is maximized. Similarly, how can we ensure that labor that we deploy for farming activities is highly productive? How can we ensure that by minimizing wastages, such as fertilizer application or water use, we are able to bring the overall cost of farming down? So that is another important driver. A couple of other things which I mentioned is not to just look at producing of crop twice a year, but to increase cropping intensity by again changing the mix. Same farmland, but how can we change the mix of the crops that I'm producing as a farmer in a year, rather than 2 rice crops or 2 wheat crops that I produce in a year, right? So that is also going to be a key driver. I mentioned that, there is a move towards high value crops such as fruits, such as vegetables, especially organic produce, that for which there is increasingly the market is increasing in urban areas and also internationally as well, right? So that is another key driver. And to ensure that, instead of selling produce at minimum support prices at the nearest mandi, how to connect farmers to larger procurement networks, or to ensure that agribusiness and consumer products companies who are into, say, food related food products have direct linkages to farmers and can incentivize the farmers based on the quality of produce, and also to some extent the farming practices. If the farmers have adopted sustainable farming practices, then can we provide them better pricing for that? So these are all the various areas which we need to focus on to achieve the vision of doubling farm income in the near future. So let us now, talk about some of the challenges that exist today across, the agri value chain, right? So let me first start with the agri inputs, which includes seeds, fertilizers, pesticides that go into the early stage of the farming process. Now, some of the challenges here are, of course, the heavily resource intensive farming practices that we adopt, especially when we are cultivating rice and wheat, utilizing groundwater as the primary source of irrigation, right? So this not only just stretches the water resources, the soil quality also deteriorates because of, applicability of fertilizer when we are not entirely sure about what is the right amount to apply. Right. Similarly, pesticides, when applied, without consideration or without properly understanding the kind of pest infestation that has happened, or pesticides just sprayed across without being able to pinpoint the area where the pest infection is the most severe. All of this leads to severe deterioration of soil quality, which makes the farmland, the productivity of the farmland gradually declines over a period of time. Right. So these are two big areas which require urgent intervention. The third area, of course, is just getting crop insurance. Now, the adoption of insurance is minimal. It is actually less than 1/4 of the gross area cultivated is under insurance. Right. There are lots of challenges around getting insurance. That is because it is typically a labor-intensive process. The agents would have to go and actually check the crop, check the quality of crop, understand the quality of the farmland to be able to get a sense of what is going to be the actual final yield. All of this is difficult to do if, for a country as diverse as India with varied farming practices, right? So all of these are areas that have challenged the broad-based adoption of crop insurance practices. Going to the next part, which is cultivation and farming practices. Again, here farmers lack access to credit at affordable rates, again, because of the same challenges that I just spoke about, which hinder the adoption of insurance. Also, farming practices are antiquated. They are largely based on historical and also, a ground level wisdom that rains usually come at this time of this month. So we usually plant, at this time of this planting cycle. Now, with climate change being a reality of our lives, the weather patterns have changed, and this typical historical wisdom based on which farming and cultivation is done today, that needs to change as well, based on better access to weather, rainfall, soil moisture data. So this is another important element. The third thing that I wanted to talk about here is, of course, which I also spoke about in the earlier slide, is the changing consumption pattern. So the future demand is coming from areas such as fruit, even fruit that is not largely grown. For example, pomegranate, right? So that is a fruit for which demand is expected to accelerate going forward. Similarly, pulses, with India's changing demographic and larger parts of the population moving out of poverty, becoming middle class. Pulses demand is increasing so much that despite India's production of huge volume of pulses, we still have to import pulses from other countries, right? And this trend is expected to continue. If we are not able to improve the pulses production or are able to reduce the spoilage, then we'll have to keep importing pulses from other countries. So again, these are important pointers to note, and also vegetables, not just in terms of potatoes, but a whole host of vegetables, and also organically grown vegetables is another key area for which the market is just developing right now, but the development is going to accelerate in the near future. Poor farm mechanization, as I mentioned, there's a lot of focus still on, using just manual labor for farming practices, and this needs to change in terms of just using equipment for various stages of the farming process. Poor mechanization is also a challenge when it comes to harvesting of our agricultural produce. Similarly, during the harvesting phase, there are a lot of middlemen who come in, and farmers actually sell to this middlemen, and that also sometimes lead to price asymmetries. And for this, better market linkages need to be put in. Again, the productivity, the cost of farming is also going up because as we see this trend of labor moving from villages to urban areas, just getting labor for that time periods when farming activity is at peak is a challenge. So again, that leads to higher wage costs as well. So for all of this, farmers need to also borrow money on a short-term basis at very high interest rates from local money lenders, which also impact the productivity of small farm holders. From a storage perspective, warehousing infrastructure in the country is not that well developed, and this presents a huge opportunity for areas such as providing value-added services in warehouses, providing cold chain, building the cold chain capacity, and ensuring the quality standards are maintained in the storage facility. So these are all important areas where both infrastructure and infrastructure interventions are required. Farming practices need to change, and only then that will help us somewhat, address the price volatility that tends to exist in the market. Similarly, from a marketing perspective, lack of price transparency across India as an integrated market, or when I'm looking at international markets for commodities, that is an important area which needs urgent intervention. And there are multiple intermediaries in this process, which sort of reduces the price that is realized by the farmer and increases the price for the end consumer. So any simplification of this go-to-market part of the value chain will lead to better outcomes for both the farmer and the consumer. Similarly, transparency and traceability are important areas where, the end consumer wants to know which part of the globe, the produce is sourced from, and what has been the carbon footprint before she buys it from a retail store. So these are all emerging areas, but they are important as we look at agriculture of the future. Similarly, food processing is becoming an important area both in terms of where India has some advantages and which can be a big employment generator in future as well. So with that, now let us look at what are some of the biggest areas where digital farming can play a role, right? So first is obviously the first part of the value chain, which is in terms of giving farmers better access to agri inputs so that their yield and productivity can improve. Similarly, we can augment farmer knowledge with and help them with more understanding of through data, through which they will be able to improve their productivity practices rather than relying on what they have been doing historically. That brings us to precision farming. Precision farming are specialized inputs that are provided to farmers that are intended to provide insights into what is the right time to sow based on the data and weather patterns. Other advice in terms of other agronomic and irrigation related inputs can really help farmers to not only drive productivity in future, but also they are able to forecast what their yield is going to be. And this will help them in the next step, which is to get access to loans, right? And banks or NBFCs can look at this data remotely. So they can look at the crop quality in the early stages based on images that farmers are uploading, right? Reducing the need for a person to actually go and inspect the crop in the field. And based on this image analysis, the lenders will also be able to make an estimate in terms of the forecasted yield. And based on that, the entire loan disbursement process can actually be significantly streamlined. Again, the same process can actually be used for crop insurance. So, for example, if a crop failure has happened due to a pest infestation, again, the same claim settlement process can be significantly streamlined by uploading pictures, satellite imagery, or geospatial imagery for the field, right? So again, these processes can be significantly streamlined and the cycle times reduced. The other big area that is emerging is just in terms of equipment sharing. So that will drive farm mechanization. Instead of me as a small landholder farmer having to buy, having to spend significant amount of capital in buying equipment that is going to help mechanize some of the farming and harvesting practices. What I can do is I can be part of a digital asset sharing network, and one center can serve about 300 customers within a 10-kilometer radius. And the same equipment can be lent out to multiple farmers, right? So this is definitely something that the government is also going to enable, and a lot of companies who are in the agri equipment manufacturing space like TAFE and Mahindra are working in this area, right? And even sensor-based analytics can be done to ensure that the equipment doesn't fail in the field. We can prevent that before time, and also use sensors embedded in this equipment to gain further information about the soil quality, moisture levels, etc. Similarly, when I move to marketing and trading, here largely we are talking about networks and marketplaces that connect farmers, help them understand what the prevailing prices are so that farmers are able to get the best price for their produce. From a processing and retail perspective, the biggest area of focus is in terms of just looking at the quality of the produce and driving further automation in the food processing industry. And through just these digital interventions, there is a significant scope of adding approximately 50 to 60 billion US dollars to the GDP by 2025 through some of these digital interventions. And this is as per McKinsey Global Institute's research estimates. Now, let me talk about, what are some of the key applications that can support this entire agri value chain, right? So, there are things, emerging technology platforms like the agri inputs marketplace. So this is a marketplace where as a farmer, I can go and buy whatever I need for my, this particular round of cropping, whether it is seeds, I can look at and compare various qualities of seeds. I can look at fertilizers. I can also access the best practices for fertilizer application, understand the yield difference between different fertilizers provided by different companies, look at pesticides and what is the best application procedure for these pesticides. So this is something that a agri inputs marketplace can deliver. And this can also be a marketplace through which I can access finance, whether it is insurance or loan, and agri inputs marketplace can deliver those. There are other areas like just managing my farm operations, doing the planning, tracking the equipment, that can also be digitally enabled to a large extent today. A couple of other areas are, these are largely the agricultural contract management, again, comes largely from the point of view of consumer products companies who are in the area of producing food or doing food processing. So these companies can get into long-term contracts with farmers through which they are able to, the farmers are able to guarantee a certain, certain quantity that they would be able to deliver to these companies. Companies can purchase in bulk, and hence they would be able to get better prices, give better prices to farmers. And also if farmers are able to deliver consistently on, in terms of time and in terms of quality, then it becomes a long-term win-win relationships between farmers and companies. So this is another interesting area. In terms of, just the farmer management and building these connects, especially with rural farmers, are again other interesting areas that are emerging. Similarly, commodity management, looking at the overall pricing trends that are prevailing across different geographies, especially for grains, coffee, tea, etc., and also for dairy and meat. Based on that, again, contracts can be created, and all of this will help farmers gain better prices. Other areas are related to warehouse management, cold storage management, logistics, just the planning of the logistics activity, right? And so all of this are hugely technology-driven areas today. Similarly, a connected agriculture platform will be able to provide precision farming, smart farming inputs to farmers, and a produce marketplace will enable more buyers to connect directly with sellers, eliminating the intermediaries. Similarly, track and trace, in terms of being able to trace the produce back to its source, and also to ensure, and this, some of this is largely blockchain driven as well, through which I'm able to really go back to the source, see how the produce has traveled through the supply chain, also go down to understand what has been the carbon footprint of this particular produce. Other important areas, and these are largely related to the livestock industry, so whether it is meat processing, feed processing for cattle and poultry, and dairy processes, things like milk balancing, depending on the fat content of the milk, how do I align the production processes for the milk? As SAP, we work with a lot of customers. A lot of the agri transactions actually pass through an SAP system. So we actually are working with a lot of companies on all of these areas. So here, the next I want to quickly talk about is this emergence of networks. So from a linear process where a farmer takes inputs such as seed, fertilizer, and farm equipment, and then grows the crop and then stores it, processes it, and a company buys it. Then from there, from this linear process, we are going into this age of network where there is visibility provided at different points of this value chain. Right. So how does that work? In the network view, the key pieces of technology that play a role are, of course, these networks and platforms and digital marketplaces, the emergence of edge computing and IoT technology, and the agriculture applications that I just spoke about, right? So a lot of companies are working in this area, whether it is Monsanto, who is a global commodity, agri-commodity company, to companies such as UPL, which is one of India's largest fertilizer producing company. InVivo is a cooperative in France who are investing a lot in smart farming technology. Similarly, Sime Darby is an agri company based in New Zealand. These are some examples of customers where we are doing a lot of this work in terms of grower identification and enabling them with the precision farming inputs for them to adopt some of the smart farming practices. Companies such as Nestle are actually getting into these long-term sustainable farming practices with farmers, so that they also get visibility into prices, and they are able to plan the long-term procurement against demand better, working collaboratively with customers. I mentioned Mahindra and Cafe, who are creating these massive asset sharing marketplaces to drive further farm mechanization. Similarly, ITC Chopal is a very, very established example in India, and Cargill again is one of the large global companies who are investing a lot in this farmer training, giving them access through an app on a mobile device through which they can exchange data with agri marketplaces, with other customers, do transactions with banks and with consumers through mobile payments, right? So this is largely how this network vision shapes up. And, I already spoke about this. AI technology plays a great role in some of these areas, whether it is soil health monitoring or crop health monitoring, or ensuring that farm mechanization is done in the right way. Obviously, precision farming is dependent a lot on artificial intelligence-driven algorithms to generate the advisory, do crop selection based on crop types, depending on weather data, and to actually accurate yields and give indicative pricing. Similarly, artificial intelligence-driven algorithms are playing a big role in crop insurance and farmer credit assessment as well. So these are some of the AI-related use cases that are also playing a huge role in the adoption of digital farming. So just to end it, I just wanted to talk about a few selected examples of innovation that we have done with our customers. One is through a grower portal, we are actually nurturing a community of farmers, whether they belong to the remotest, farming communities in Africa, growing coffee or cocoa, connecting them through a portal and offering them value-added services that I mentioned, such as loans, insurance, agri-input, and smart farming input. So that is one big area of innovation where we have lots of examples across the globe. Marketplace, of course, where the quality can be assessed based on AI algorithms that look at the images that have been uploaded, and farmers are given an indicative price or a trend of prices through which they are able to sell their produce better, and buyers are also able to place bids accordingly. Track and trace is largely being driven by blockchain, whether it is provenance, that is tracking the origination and the quality of the crop, or used for giving loans and insurance, and also to a large extent streamlining the export documentation process for produce that is exported to many different countries who have different standards. And just to end this, I just wanted to give you some snapshots of how this actually looks. So if you have your piece of land, you can take a look at the soil quality, you can take a look at how your equipment has been deployed. You can also take a look at the fertilizer application that has happened and the electrolyte based transmission of that fertilizer. You can look at and zoom in into areas that require specific, more care rather than just spraying pesticides across the field. So this is something that we are doing with customers today, even going down to the extent of being able to identify one single palm tree and doing specific interventions around that tree. And all of this, of course, is very seamlessly meshed with weather data to be able to make any of these predictions and projections. So with that, I come to the end of my session, and if there are any questions, I can take that. Deepak.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sudakshina. It was really awesome to hear from you. Would it be possible to stop sharing the screen so that audience can see you?
Yes, of course.
Perfect. Yes. Thanks a lot. Very that insightful session. In fact, there were some comments which were coming on social media to me, and you also that nailed it well. They were looking at we are looking for solutions, right?
Sure.
And suddenly I was just gonna comment back that just have some patience, and suddenly I can see complete blueprint of how digital solution can work in agriculture. So very well articulated. So there are a couple of questions from our side as well as a couple from the audience. The first question from the audience side is that actually we talk a lot about digital technologies, but there has been seen that especially in case of Southeast Asia, that scale up has not happened. So what are your views on that? Why there are not the solution which is, for example, 10 million or 15 million farmers using a type of solution?
Right.
So your views on that?
Right. So a couple of points, and very, very valid point, Deepak. And, we talked a lot about this in our AI for AI World Economic Forum work group as well. The challenge that we are seeing is twofold. One is, of course, we do not have enough data, right, to be able to build scalable models that will enable true smart farming and generation of insights. We have data in pockets. And we have, by pockets, I mean a certain crop type, grown in a specific region. For example, growing groundnut in a specific district of Telangana. In this sort of small pockets, the AI models have been found to be very effective to the extent that the models have been able to predict what exactly is the right time for you to sow the, sow the seeds, so that the yield will be maximum based on the weather pattern. But what we have to understand is that, the variety of soil quality across our country, the farming practices, the different types of produce that is grown in the farm. When you mesh all of this, the complexity increases manyfold. So one of the biggest areas that the government is working on today, and a lot of other, institutes, academia is working on, is just to create these open data sets based on which the agri-tech companies and companies like SAP and others would be able to create these scalable insight generation model through which we will be able to give meaningful, inputs to our farmers. Largely today, I do agree that things have remained on a pilot basis, but I am sure that within the next few years, once more and more of this open data sets come into use, this challenge of the smart farming or the precision farming insights being highly localized will be addressed.
Very well articulated, and I fully agree that lack of data and the siloization of the data is one of the big challenges in agriculture.
Yes.
And then also the type of varieties, like you're talking about just maize, 200,000 different varieties.
Right.
So all that makes with too many parameters. In fact, in my own experience, I was able to identify close to 208 parameters which impact your yield. Right. And each of these parameters have its own the set of data. Which goes, as I give example, variety itself is 200,000. So when you do it, you're talking about a huge number of data, and that's one.
Right.
Second question, again, very interesting question. That do you see possibility of AI bias?
Yes, of course. Some of the recent, last time we did a few very interesting pilots in terms of, just the bias. Now, I'm not talking about, so for example, let me talk about bias in the context of loan. Right? Would a woman farmer, and since this is women in agriculture, would a woman farmer get a loan or be denied a loan depending on, her credit history or the lack thereof? So that is one question of bias, definitely, that we need to look at. Similarly, bias, I wouldn't say bias, but in terms of just the availability of labeled data on produce quality. Last year we were doing a few interesting pilots with some of our customers, and just to understand the quality of a tomato or a cabbage, the amount of labeled data that we need to actually ensure that it's a different variety, and hence this is not it's not an indicator of bad quality, but for this variety, this is the right quality. That challenge again boils down to the availability of data and availability of good labeled data based on which we are able to build our algorithms and train our models. So this availability of good labeled data is definitely a concern, and we do struggle quite a lot in just building very small. So we keep reducing the scope of the model in that case. For this particular variety grown in this particular soil type in this particular farm, in farms of this particular region, instead of trying to make the models generic. It's a challenge, of course, and we have to always be very conscious of building in bias because just the sheer variety of crops that we produce in India is huge.
Perfect. Now, my next question, I'll just a little bit preface it to give the context. Right, if we buy any product from the market off the shelf, right, we would be having the total calorie content, the protein content, and all that.
Right.
Now the challenge is that, they are all based on some standards. If 5 kgs of wheat is used, then the kilocalorie is this. But actually, myself being practitioner on the ground, right, believe me, how you grow that wheat, it will define how much calories or carbs or
Sure.
or other nutrients it will be
Absolutely, you're right.
Do you see that the traceability market can address these challenges?
Yes, absolutely. So what we are seeing, especially with the large companies, say, who are in, who source agri inputs and produce foods, processed foods especially, there the entire recipe and label management is a big area. And there the traceability, especially driven by something like blockchain technology, where this information is encoded for them to be able to actually be more accurate when they are printing the label on the product. So that as an end consumer, I have a better understanding rather than a generic label based on generic quantities, which are not really tied into the real practices that have been adopted in the field. So this entire label and recipe management, especially in alignment with the guidelines, the emerging guidelines and evolving guidelines of, say, FSSAI in India or other regulatory bodies across the world, is a big area where we are partnering with customers to define what will be the next, what should be the process in future.
Now, last very interesting, but I'll say that little bit of naughty question. It is by one of the audience, actually, the WhatsApp us, my team. The question is that just like any other sector, now is EgTech will also be cannibalized by SAPs and IBMs of the world?
Actually, I think this is, it's not a naughty question. I mean, I think this is a very fair question. And with our model right now that we're doing is more of a partner-driven model, especially in these innovation areas, right? So we are open to partnerships. We will provide you the technology platform. We can provide you the connects with customers who can give you, their challenges, their business problems to solve. And Deepak, maybe we do a hackathon at some point, and take a few of these problems and see how we can solve them. Definitely, see, innovation is it's interesting, it's dynamic. The breathing heart and soul of innovation is the fact that we need more and more people in the network for real true innovation to happen. So companies like SAP, and I can speak for other tech companies as well, it is more of a partnering model with agile innovators, who really bring in the true right solutions to the problems rather than, trying to solve all of this ourselves. Like agri marketplaces of the future, innovation marketplaces are also the future.
Super answer. That will give a lot of confidence to a lot of startup founders who would be tuned into LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube. And the guys, just a small update. We just crossed 750 unique viewers on our social media platform, so it is taken pretty well. So that's great news, and definitely I look forward, and we will talk about it. Let's do a hackathon with really
absolutely more than happy to do that.
Top 100 startups. We do have access to them, and then let's give them the problem and use some of the innovative technology you talked about to solve them. So thanks a lot for an awesome session and sparing your time. I know you are having a super busy schedule, but sparing some time for Women in Agriculture Web Summit, it would add a lot of value to ecosystem. Thanks a lot.
I did completely believe in the cause, Deepak, and wish you more success in future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So guys, after a very insightful session, I would like to talk a little bit about some really awesome activities we HnyB are doing. So one thing is definitely, if some of you are connected with us on our social media platform, we do a lot of content and influence related activities in form of just the web summit, which we are seeing, Women in Agriculture Web Summit. Before that, we did a web summit on blockchain with, again, speaker all the way from Australia to US. Today also, we are having 3 sessions. This is the first session focused on Asia, Pacific, and South Asia. And going forward, we will be having 2 more sessions. One is focused on Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then one which is focused on North America, Central America, and South America. Again, some of the really awesome speakers. We still have a couple of more speakers in this session as well. Before going further on with our other guest, I just wanted to share a very, I'll say that, motivating story. Very recently, we got associated and we started working with 2 very interesting and intelligent people, Rajvi and Arjun. They happen to be from a business family, and they had their hearts at the right place, and they wanted to do something which is gonna add value to the society by using sustainable and regenerative agricultural practices. So we started that initial few steps in the direction of creating a model which would ensure that without impacting negatively the environment, we are able to bring superfood on the table of people. And I would like to just play a small video which talks about it, and also the challenge it solves, as well as uh, some bites from Rajvi. She is, as I said, that someone who can motivate a lot of youth to get into agriculture. So let me just share that video for you. Just a second.
Today, we humans are harming the healthy soil and its existence. We are wasting both food and water like never before. If we continue in our ways, what will we leave behind for our descendants? What will be our legacy? Today, our health is connected with the health of our planet. At Evolving Roots, our goal is to deliver safe and nutritious food with minimum impact on the environment by embracing farmer engagement, cutting-edge technology, a sustainable business model, and an impact-driven philosophy. In the next 5 years, we will scale to over 1,000 hectares of land spread across the globe, on which we will produce over 14,600 metric tons of superfoods. We will feed that to over 500,000 people every day. Sustainability, traceability, and transparency give hope and build trust. Through scientific practices and demand-driven cultivation, we seek out a scalable business model to increase profits by better ensuring that all the people can have access to nutritious food. Our focus is on the superfoods, and we have begun on that journey. Ginger, turmeric, and moringa are our first offerings. With sustainable practices and use of modern technology, we will gain efficiency in increasing crop yields, reducing soil loss, reducing food and water wastage, and improving livelihood for local farmers. We need to consider the people who are growing our food. Sustainability involves focusing on the well-being of ourselves, our families, and our farmers. We don't want to be the generation that lets it go. If in 100 years from now, this still exists, everybody wins, and that will be our legacy. Evolving Roots has given us an opportunity to evolve, and by doing so, be able to contribute and engage with the hearts and hands of those who explore the transformational potential of digital agriculture to feed the world in a way that delivers healthier people, healthier economies, and a healthier planet.
I have spent over 10 plus years generating ideas in the field of fashion and food and beverage. I thrive on acting on consumer intent and creative execution. I have been fortunate to serve in roles that fulfill a multitude of diverse responsibilities. I think of my career in multi-layered chapters with pressing importance on diversified narratives that find a way to come full circle while teaching valuable lessons along the way. I have spent a decade building my career in fashion and apparel design. And then I stumbled upon food and beverage because I'm constantly trying to evolve myself and start a journey where I get to touch subjects from product conundrum to the never-ending game of factors influencing the food and beverage to the future of FMCG markets. For generations, agriculture was considered as a men's occupation. Women have been on the field sowing, harvesting, winnowing, and sorting for ages, and yet we never see or hear about them when we talk about agriculture. You have to search for them in books, art, and archives. Simply because they are women, their names are kept off from land documents. With no land to their name, women are completely at the mercy of their husbands or their family. 75% of the full-time workers on Indian farms are women. They plow the field and they feed the country as much as any other male farmer. Women who show up, who bring their full selves to the table and take up space, despite the legal rights, social and cultural forces deny women ownership of land. They constantly live in insecurity. I have heard countless stories of oppression and realized that women are the lowest of low in the pyramid of our social structure. My goal is to empower them and make them aware of what they bring to the table. Evolving Roots is into the business of progressive and sustainable agriculture. In Gujarat, we have already put up a fine infrastructure in place with the right kind of people, technology, and value system. Our goal is to deliver safe and nutritious food with minimum impact on environment by embracing farmer engagement, cutting-edge technology, sustainable business model, and an impact-driven investment philosophy. Currently, on a 20 hectare of land, we have begun sowing ginger, turmeric, and moringa. This is our demo farm, which we intend on duplicating. The idea is to scale this business to 1,000 hectares over the next 5 years and increase our basket of superfoods that we can offer. Through this, the aim is to produce 14,600 metric tons of superfood annually with a goal of delivering to 500,000 people every day. Intensive agricultural methods have stripped increasing amounts of nutrients from the soil in which the food we eat grows. When it comes to the health benefits, some foods have more nutrition to offer than the regularly grown commodity foods. These are known as superfoods. Our focus lies only on growing superfoods that are packed in nutrition and has some special type of nutrient that's rare to find in the modern diet. Nutrition and agriculture must work together. At Evolving Roots, our agriculture practices improve nutrition and outputs and create easier access to different types of superfoods. We focus on growing only nutrient-rich and diverse foods. Our concentration will remain on superfoods, and we shall be doing everything in a scientific manner in order to increase the yields while avoiding food and water wastage, since everything would be demand-based. Our produce will be 100% traceable. At Evolving Roots, we believe in the power of regeneration. The choices that we make around soil and food in the next 10 years will determine the next century of human civilization. Do we want a dry, rocky, eroded terrain or a biodiverse ecosystem that produces nutritious and healthy humans? This is a question that we ask every day at Evolving Roots. From a layperson's point of view, the main concept behind regenerative agriculture is to support biodiversity within the soil. Keeping this in mind, we are empowering a new generation of farmers to approach agriculture as a key component of our efforts for sustainability. With this, we are beginning our journey keeping in mind the importance of soil health. Earth can thrive only when humanity finds balance with all living systems. Admiration and correspondence are the foundation of our relationship with our planet. Our engagement in ecosystem regeneration is restoring the health of the soil, the quality of nutrition, the conservation of water, atmosphere, and our communities. As a part of our top priority, both from a business and personal perspective, We intend to make sure that we adopt regenerative practices and make the farms and the ecosystem highly sustainable. We intend to get into partnerships with companies globally for buyback opportunities and intend on employing the best of technology. The precision and efficiency is key to making sure we produce more but with less resources. Lastly, we are now also seeking and welcoming investments into our project to help us scale faster while maintaining our focus. It shall ensure we are able to contribute in a larger way immediately towards our goal of a sustainable planet.
So thanks a lot for patience and being part of this awesome session. So we already have our next guest. So we are having Susanna Hasenoehrl. She's an international keynote speaker on sustainable business, as well as Director Asia at Yara International, being responsible for growth and commercialization of companies' digital farming solutions and sustainability. Her previous career spanned global leadership roles at Siemens, Nokia, and leading startups in life science and technology in Asia and Europe. And at one point, she even went to found her own startup, Joyce. Let's hear what brought Susanna from mobile and digital industries to agriculture today. And what else does the Singapore-based mother of two have in store for aspiring female leaders in this space? Floor is yours, Susanna.
Thank you very much, Deepak, for the warm welcome and for arranging this amazing event. I think there's so much we can learn from all these wonderful women, and I'm very honored to be part of them. Deepak, could you please confirm that you can see me and hear me well as also see my slides?
Yes, sure.
Very good. Thank you. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, wherever you are. As pointed by Deepak, I would like to share with you a little bit about my journey of where, but perhaps most importantly, why am I where I am today? I started my career some 20 over years ago in Bangkok, working for Siemens at this big blue office building. I was a fresh business graduate, and little did I actually know about the telecommunication business that I was about to enter into. When I was having chat with my colleagues, most of them engineers, from time to time the topic of microwave popped up, and I thought it would be a kitchen appliance. But soon enough, I found out that wasn't quite the case in that context, but rather microwave was one of the very fundamental mobile telecommunications transmission technologies. And rather than a microwave in the kitchen, it would be associated with equipment like this. Since then, I've come quite far in terms of covering a few geographies as well as roles in the global technology business and digital business as well. At some point in time, as an example, I was working in mobile advertising, or kind of building that business in year 2006, 2007 or so. I doubt Facebook was invented at that point in time, and Google certainly wasn't serving any ads to our mobile phones yet. But as I became a mother myself in my early 30s, some greater responsibilities started to dawn on me, together with some challenges. You know, feeding a family and being a working professional is not an easy treat. And although I put quite a lot of love into it, trying to induce my children into the world of healthy eating, we know as parents that this task is matched with quite a few challenges. You know, especially if you're working parents, say, in the Western world or also elsewhere, you know, it's quite a difficult choice to be made daily, as in answering the question, what's for dinner? picky eaters, time pressure, considerations about this provenance and way of producing the food are on our mind all the time. So really this daily banal question of what's for dinner actually becomes quite a big one if you want to give all these different elements of our food choices a consideration, not to mention what will your children actually eat. There's also the context of overweight and obesity, which is quite a traumatic phenomenon around the world. We have 42 million children under 5 that are obese or overweight. Roughly the same amount of children that are stunted because of malnutrition and too little calories and nutrients as well. As someone who loves sports, watching children who cannot move properly or who cannot run properly because of too much weight really breaks my heart. But at the same time, I know it's not always easy for families to nourish themselves in a healthy and also sustainable way. Coming from a technology background, I actually had to think of a technology solution for this. For almost everything, there is an app. So could we solve this problem of feeding families, answering the perennial what's for dinner question through tech? So I went on to devise a new service called Choice of Cooking to always have an answer to the question, what to cook, what to eat tonight. So I devised a new kind of search engine for foods and recipes. And in the cooking context, it would start with 3 simple questions. How much time do you have for cooking? What kind of veggies do you have in the fridge, or which ones do you like if you're about to go shopping? And what else might you want to have in your diet? Whether you're vegetarian, vegan, pescatarian, or whatever other combination there is. So this then built on a new kind of nutritionally grounded search engine. And we also went on with a group of dietitians and nutritionists to create some further choices that could help families to address their nutritional health objectives, such as boosting our energy, giving us the right vitamins for our eyes, or improving digestion. There is evidence to show that specific nutrients contribute to each of these goals. So this was yet another layer of search that we added on top of the question, what to eat tonight, and how could we actually do that in a way that is beneficial for the family. And so as a technology approach, we took a couple of 100,000 of recipes, fed in our algorithms, and rated them all for this. So this was a part of my efforts to alleviate the childhood obesity problem in the world by solving a very practical problem in so many families and also parents' lives. And I was quite happy tinkering with that for quite some time, although I need to say not as successfully as I would want it to be. But 3-4 years ago, something changed. I traveled to my home country, Finland, as we would want to do every summer. Not this summer, not last summer, but a couple of years ago, we were able to do that. And it was a beautiful summer day. Doesn't get any more idyllic than that in Finland on the summer. I was sitting on a pier, enjoying the day, watching over my children and their cousin playing in the water. It was really quite perfect. The perfect summer day. Yet somehow I started to get the feeling that something was horribly wrong. I couldn't quite put the finger on that day, that moment. Nothing actually happened there. But the next day we had to leave Finland to return to Singapore, to go back to school, to go back to work. And my parents sent me this picture. As a matter of fact, that summer day, that summer month had been one no, actually not one of the hottest, the hottest in the history of Finland. It had never been so warm for such a long period of time. And as a result, this green bacteria had developed in the lake. It's toxic and it renders the waters not enjoyable for humans and animals. And it's a direct consequence of global warming. So what this told to me, that really there is no escape anywhere from climate change. And something shifted in me. You've perhaps seen this picture. Even though we really need to fight today fiercely against COVID, and I think ultimately to learn to live with it, there are bigger challenges that we need to tackle. Climate change and the following biodiversity collapse being the major ones. They're bigger than COVID, but unfortunately there is no vaccine for them. The outlook, in my view, is really quite perilous. If we continue with business as usual, we'll be losing a lot of agricultural years at +2 degrees Celsius. In cereals, we lost about 10% in the past decade already. In my lifetime, the fish are expected to die if we continue on the +3 degrees trajectory that we're today. And that will unavoidably lead to huge problems with people movement, displacement in the search for safer places. I mean, already today we're reminded of these huge risks, whether it's the small town of Lytton literally burning in a span of few minutes in Canada because of too much heat and forest fires, or the Mexican Gulf being burning because of a gas leak. I mean, let's take this very seriously and start changing things urgently. This is not really the future vision that I want to leave for my children or their children. Agriculture obviously plays a role, but we should not culpabilize the farmers. They work very hard already. We should help them. So when an opportunity presented itself for me to join Yara, the crop nutrition company for the future that works with some 20 million farmers around the world, helping to feed about 241 million people in this world with 16,000 employees in 160 countries of operation or so. I was glad to join them. And I joined the digital farming part of the organization here in Singapore some 2.5 years ago. A fun group of diverse talent, actually from around the world and from around Asia. Lots of women in this young and vibrant and technologically savvy team that also likes to celebrate. But let's come back to the topic of women in agriculture, here in Asia especially. There are so many females and women that work in agriculture, 6 to 7 days a week under the scorching heat, doing a lot of hard labor. And a lot of the work that women do is kind of also invisible, because when it comes to educational opportunities or commercializing the produce, women are often left behind. Even at Yara, when we educate farmers, often we do not get many women there because it's not practical, societally accepted. We know there are ways to make women welcome and come and speak with us to improve their knowledge of agriculture, but it's sometimes a bit difficult to scale. But there are some solutions. So even if we know women face a lot of these advantages working in agriculture, we know that digital can help them a lot. Digital agricultural and related services can help women to sell their produce. They can bypass the societal norms that often affect them in the digital space. And digital can put them into a place of knowledge about market prices and best agricultural practices. We know women are keen to use digital. They are digitally savvy. And we know that digital has the power to empower women and to uplift them and to give this back to the communities, to the children. Yara has developed a range of digital solutions for farmers, including female farmers. FarmGo is a solution that we're going to launch soon in India, as an example, building on the success of the Yara Farm Weather app. We learned when millions of people downloaded our Farm Weather app that women especially like to share weather information with their family and with their friends, because so many farming decisions depend on weather. So they wanted to empower their community members, their family members, with the best weather information that is presented in a way that is relevant for farmers. So building on this, Yara has built a range of new features to help women farmers and other farmers to interact with each other digitally, to support each other, and also to learn from experts. Here's a picture of what this looks like very soon on the App Store. You can get it on Google Play very soon. So at Yara, and also my personal mission is really to empower female farmers to transform lives. And here we have an example of a coffee grower in Karnataka in India, where Yara is also working a lot with female farmer producer organizations with the explicit goal of empowering female farmers. Another example is from Himachal Pradesh, where we work also heavily on the ground with apple growers. And to ease the communication and interaction with women, we actually have female agronomists on the ground who are very qualified, but also who know how to best support other women. And just as a further reference, Yara, a global company, the crop nutrition space, also our global head agronomist is a lady from Brazil, actually. But I would also like to talk a little bit about carbon and what it takes to transform agriculture into a more smart, climate smart one. Now we know that the adoption of new methods, farming methods, can be sometimes difficult and costly. So that's why Yara has launched the Agoro Carbon Alliance with the mission to generate carbon credits out of agricultural practices, and then to channel a significant part of those revenues that are generated on the international carbon markets back to the farmers, so that they actually have a financial reward on the long term, not just to adopt, but to keep applying climate smart farming practices. We know it's not easy. We know it can also cost money. So Agoro Carbon Alliance, together with our partners, is there to support farmers, also in places like India, also small farms, in adopting climate smart farming practices, and to reward the farmers for that. I also wanted to share a little bit more about some of the other things I do. It's not just agriculture that needs to be transformed and decarbonized. All industries need to be transformed. And that's why I also speak at many international conferences and also give keynotes on topics like greenwashing. That is so rampant today. Many companies are talking about 2050 net zero pledges, which to a degree are quite meaningless if we don't take action now. Many brands are marketing them as much more sustainable than they are. I think we need to call them out. But as a speaker, I also help companies to adopt new strategies and tactics and actually help them to become more sustainable and climate friendly. I obviously did this a lot in person before COVID. Now, most of these things are online, as you can understand. I would also like to highlight one special person who is Mathur-Dhaul. He's a startup entrepreneur here in Singapore that has developed a very sophisticated indoor farming system for households and commercial properties. And the very smart thing about this is that you don't actually need to have any farming knowledge to grow your lettuce or herbs or microgreens, because Mathur has thought of this for us. And not only does he supply the seedlings, but also all the nutrients. So basically, we as consumers just need to switch on this system. Looks very nice. I'm waiting to get mine. It's a brand new system into my living room and start growing my own greens here in my living room in Singapore. And the added benefit of this is really that it saves a lot of transportation cost as well as packaging cost. The plastics in the oceans and rivers are really yet another epidemic that we need to tackle with. So if you have, aspiring or budding entrepreneurs in your communities, I also encourage you do the same. Help them to grow their business, because I know from my own experience, it can be so difficult and they can need all the help that we can give them. Finally, I would like to leave you with one question. The reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is that I want to leave a desirable future for my children. Here, my older daughter. I really think that we owe this to our children and their children and all the other children in this world. That is my why. That is why I keep doing what I'm doing every day. But please find yours. What is your why? To me, it's about impact. Everything I do should have an impact. And that's why I'm here today. And happy to collaborate with you. Please do reach out if you are an interested startup entrepreneur, if you're thinking of getting into agriculture, if you are in agriculture, to reach out, make use of this community. I'm there to assist you as well. Thank you, Deepak, for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks a lot. Very well articulated, and definitely, it's a very motivational journey which you had. And the last 2 points, we are doing it for our next generation, because as it is said, that our nature and all the resources provided by the earth is a loan from our next generation to us. So let's ensure that we don't misuse this loan which has been given to us. And Susanna, thanks a lot. It was a pleasure having you on this session. Now, there are a couple of questions actually coming from the audience. First thing is that what they're asking is that the access to information is always patchy in Southeast Asia. And is Yara also working on making digital content available in the local languages to the women and even the men farmers on the good agriculture practices and sustainable practices going forward?
Very much so. So the digital services that we provide in India are available in a number of local languages. I cannot remember the exact number, but something like 10 languages, because we know, even if English is perhaps the universal lingua franca, agricultural content and practices don't necessarily translate it to it. And we really want to keep the access barriers as low as possible. So we do invest a lot into localization to make it as relevant and as easy to understand for everyone. And another point that I'd like to highlight is also the technical aspect of developing services that use the minimum of bandwidth We know that many people, or most people, are on prepaid phones, so every bit costs money. We also know that in some parts of the rural areas, the data coverage is not so good. So we put a lot of effort into engineering our services so that they consume the least of bandwidth, so that they can be used at the lowest cost and even at kind of basic data connectivity. In places like Africa, where smartphone penetration is not as high as in Asia, and where data connectivity is also much poorer, we also deploy a lot of our services across SMS and even USSD technology, which works as long as you have signal, even without a data connectivity.
That's very fair articulation, and from someone who is being a pioneer in mobile industry, I believe you know all the right dots and full stops and commas. Susanna, I would also request if you can stop sharing your presentation so the audience can see you full screen while you talk. Yeah, that's awesome, because I love your background, right? It's such a beautiful antique piece. Would you like to talk a little bit about it? It's so beautiful.
Well, this is a door to ancient Chinese village, I believe. At least that is how I was told that it represents when I purchased it many years ago when I was living in Bangkok, as you heard. And it's really a piece of decoration that has traveled with us once from Bangkok to Germany and then from Germany back to Singapore. And I think if there is one piece of Asia that I will always carry with me wherever I live, this is it.
Perfect. So now the next question, again, this is from the audience. The Green Revolution has always been talked about a big success, right? Definitely when it comes to yields and food security, it surely is. But when it comes to making farmers more sustainable and profitable, it has created more challenges going forward because of cost of cultivation has increased. The question is that, do you see that digital agriculture also going the green revolution path, where the world will get benefit, but the farmers, especially in the developing world, would be short charged?
Yeah, there are a lot of different challenges in, let's say, rewarding the farmers for all the hard work that they do. One being that although we have a segment of consumers that is clearly, paying a premium for sustainably produced foods, that could still grow, and obviously there is the question of food affordability, for many other people as well. I personally think that it's quite important to create the right kind of policy environment where the more beneficial practices are promoted, and those that are less beneficial are prohibited. But obviously we need to look at the financing function as well as to remove false subsidies that distort the allocation of various input materials. So, if one material is subsidized but doesn't necessarily lead to good yield outcomes or to good environmental outcomes, I strongly believe such subsidies should be removed. So that the investment flows towards practices and input materials that yield the best results. And on that note, I do believe that the carbon markets that actually kind of monetize sustainable farming practices can play a big role here. And in the past weeks and months, we've seen the voluntary carbon market prices go up very high. In Europe, we are at over 50 euros per ton on the voluntary carbon markets, and the estimates are these prices will go up as greenhouse gas emissions will become more limited in a variety of markets. So,
this is a follow-up question on because of my experience. For example, in Indonesia and Thailand, right, and even in some parts of India, you'll find that some of the nutrients being provided, the typically also that design and with scientific input, right? For example, 1919 or 0016, those type of inputs which Yara brings on table. Unfortunately, when they have to compete with subsidized product, which actually are just pushing nutrients which might not be required for a specific type of crop, right? Do you see those challenges for a company like Yara, who have been always innovators and try to be more sustainable, right? Facing challenge when you have a low-cost subsidized product which might not be environmentally friendly or which might not be optimum for the crop. So how do you see those challenges being taken care of by a company like Yara?
I mean, obviously, as I mentioned, such subsidies can kind of distort the decision making. Even in such an environment, better quality inputs usually lead to higher yields and also a higher farmer income. As such, Yara is fully capable of living in such an environment. But it's too bad, obviously, that such distortions exist on the market, and in many other geographies, cash transfers have been preferred as the better solutions versus subsidizing specific inputs.
Fair enough. I think those who are from policy and government side, if they are listening to this, I believe the better option is to get money in the accounts of the farmer in case you want to help them, rather than giving them subsidies on something which might not be as good for the society at large. And now that brings me to a question where actually on my personal experiences, there is a sector of women which interact with the farmers in form of agri-businesses, right? So if you go to Indonesia, if you go to Philippines, you'll find that in most of the cases, the shops of retail, right, which sell these agri inputs are generally, they say, meant by women, right? And they are the last mile access to a lot of input companies with the farmers. Do you have also some digital tools to enable these agri businesses so that they become more efficient and they are able to disseminate right sort of information to the farmers rather than directly going to the information through a mobile in farmer's hand?
Very much so. So one of the digital solutions that Yara has also rolled out in India and other Asian countries is called Yara Connect. And it's a solution that connects Yara as a producer with the distributors and the retailers. So one of the advantages of this connectivity is that we can actually, kind of push the right information about right crop nutrition products as well as other agronomic knowledge straight to the retailer that can kind of replay to the farmers, if you like. And Yara also has, lots of Yara crop nutrition centers that also make use of this connectivity around India. So, and empowering the distribution channel, the retailers, is also very much in our focus in India and other countries in the region.
And what would be your message, last question, to all the young women out there who want to get into agriculture?
Well, give it a try. I think even working in agriculture, we have agricultural experts, agronomists, and so on. There's so many other skills that are needed, whether you are a marketeer or a salesperson or a technology person. There's so much to do to help to transform agriculture, to make it more efficient and to make use of digital technologies in particular. We're also hiring a lot, so you could look our way as well with such skills.
Thanks a lot for participating in Women in Agriculture Web Summit. I'm pretty sure that the audience would have had a very insightful and interesting session. I loved it. With all the years in agriculture, I still find what you talked very refreshing. And the best piece was that, the most influential technology of modern era, that's mobile technology, being used in agriculture, and that to promote sustainability and gender equality. Thanks a lot for your time. It was a pleasure to have you as a speaker. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Deepak.
Thank you. So we are having our next speaker. She's Shweta Kolori. Shweta is head of experimentation, Accelerator Lab at UNDP. She has worked extensively with data and having focus on policy, and has worked with governments and multilateral agencies on livelihood, agriculture, and rural development.
Thanks, Deepak. So let me just briefly introduce myself and what I've been doing before I move into the topic I chose to present today. So I'm basically a data scientist and a rural development professional from India. I've been working in tech for good space for about 13 years now, applying digital technologies in diverse fields such as sustainable agriculture, poverty alleviation, tribal development, and climate resilience. I have started my career basically at grassroots level in Tiger Reserve Forest, working for particularly vulnerable tribal groups and trying to introduce them to agriculture because they were into hunting and food gathering. So my journey in agriculture began with the primitive tribal groups. I worked on one of the finest digital technologies as well, that is used for really large-scale implementation of social security programs like Manrega, which is the largest one in the world. And back then, we've been using, biometric payments, facial recognition, geotagging of assets, algorithms for fraud detection. So really cutting-edge technologies way back in 2008 when I started off. And this was before the smartphone era. Later on, I moved to the Prime Minister's office, PMO, and started working at the policy level, drafting national legislations, the key one being the land acquisition and rehabilitation. I have also had a brief stint, like you, Deepak, as an entrepreneur in skill development and youth employment domain. Later on, I have moved to US where I have studied and also worked as a data scientist at Yale University, doing climate modeling and crop modeling using machine learning algorithms. And then I joined UNDP, which is my current role, working as a head of experimentation, leading design of various innovative experiments to tackle various social and environmental challenges. These experiments basically convey what works and what does not work, and it informs various stakeholders in the development programming, stakeholders being UNDP, in-house programs, as well as partners. So this is my very basic introduction of what I've been doing in the last 13 years in the development sector, which includes a lot of work around agriculture. So thank you so much for inviting me to the Women in Agriculture Summit. It is so refreshing because most of the agriculture summits I have been to had more than 80% as men. So participating in all women agri summit is a very interesting one for me. It's an absolute pleasure to share the stage with all the accomplished women in the field of agriculture today. So thank you for having me here. So the topic I have chosen for today's discussion presentation is at the intersection of agriculture, gender, climate change, and digital. It has to be at the intersection because I come from various backgrounds and I'm a very interdisciplinary professional. So to me, agriculture, especially climate resilient agriculture, which is serving the women farmers or the Mahila Kisan in Hindi, is very, very close to my heart. It is very important because we are operating in a very complex environment. As you see, the temperatures are soaring. Extreme weather incidents and impact of heat waves is already being experienced in various cities of North America as we speak. Agriculture, in fact, is also severely impacted by climate change, and it also causes it. If you go to the Economic Survey of India, I guess in 2017, the survey had already cautioned that the climate change might be reducing annual agriculture income by 25% especially for unirrigated areas in the country. Now that's a very serious concern and requires a lot of attention. And this is not a very short-term problem, but it's a long-term one which we have to work on systematically. We have to also acknowledge that agriculture in India causes about 17% of greenhouse gas emissions. So there is a cause as well as effect of the climate change on agriculture. And the 17% when we say is also a conservative estimate because it does not include stubble burning. And at the same time, when we look at water-related issues, we also see that Indian agriculture is using more than 2 to 3 times more water to produce 1 ton of food when compared to major agricultural nations. So our water efficiency is definitely not something that we should be proud of. And that's a serious concern too. So I guess this is where we need a lot more interventions, programs, and innovations that are focused in climate resilient agriculture systems. Now, amidst all the factors that we see that are worsening in Indian agriculture, be it monocropping or depletion of soil health, depletion of water table, or indiscriminatory use of fertilizers, pesticides, growing pathogen, pest attack, there are many more issues. But however, there is one ray of hope. And to me, that is Mahila Kisan, the women farmers. Now, my experience in managing, pan-India sustainable agriculture program under NRLM, National Rural Livelihoods Mission, has taught me that women farmers and women collectives, actually, when they are equipped with the right capacities, can become better agents of change in sustainable agriculture and in building climate resilience. So to me, that's a very, very important factor. We know that as farmers, laborers, entrepreneurs, in different roles, women play a very important role in agriculture. We are increasingly seeing feminization of agriculture in India, especially in the dryland areas where soil is unproductive, rains are erratic, they are insufficient, and the men have migrated in search of work to cities, leaving agriculture and allied activities to women. As collectors of water, fodder, domestication of crops, choosing the right seed variety, women have always played a very important role in the health of especially the rain-fed and the dryland farms. But however, there are several constraints that women farmers face. There are many constraints in accessing land, accessing credit, technology, agriculture inputs, services, market opportunities, many more. According to Oxfam, actually 80% of economically active women in India are employed informally in agriculture sector. However, less than 11% own land, which is the most important household asset. Now, we can easily see the wide gap between the participation vis-a-vis ownership in agriculture for women. In fact, one of our UNDP research is also pointing to widening gap of poverty between men and women in South Asia, especially because of the pandemic. Now, according to some of the projections, for every 100 men in the age group of 25 to 34 living in poverty in Southern Asia, there will be 129 poor women in 2021. So the pandemic is increasing this gap, which was already quite wide before the pandemic. It is much more harder for women to access agriculture credit when compared to men. There's one research actually done by one of the major banks that shows that women need to pay 4 or 5 more visits to a bank vis-a-vis men to access loans. And let me suggest you a very practical experiment. Open your Google, go to Google Images, and just search for KVK Farm School or KVK Farmer. Now, KVK, as we all know, are the Krishi Vigyan Kendras. Now, these are very, very important channels and important agencies for knowledge dissemination and technology transfer in India. But however, if you go to their Google Images and try to see what KVK trainings look like or what KVK farmer looks like, you will see mostly men. At least 80% of those images show you men, right? So if these are anyhow indicative of what is happening on the ground, you see that women are not part of this conversation, mainstream conversation happening in agriculture. They're always on the fringes. So we have to tackle these issues very systematically. And what I have seen from my experience in working with NRLM was that, organizing, collectivizing and capacitating women can help us solve a lot of problems. We need a lot more customized programs and gender-based investment in agriculture for women farmers. We also need to channelize investments into integrated program approaches that address various things like sustainable agriculture practices, nutrition, natural resource management, biodiversity, drudgery reduction, food processing, local economic development. And when we do this entire set of things in a very integrated way and focused on women, we will definitely see a big change. We also need greening of agriculture value chains, because often we see that we tend to think that, okay, climate change is impacting production system, not so much of a supply chain and the market systems, but that is not true. We need to have the greening of agriculture value chains also post-harvest and at the distribution level. And these need to be gender sensitive, because we are seeing more and more feminization of agriculture, especially in India. And finally, coming to my current area of work, which is in digital farming and emerging technologies. Basically, as women in STEM as well as agriculture, I'm very excited to see some of the new possibilities, some of the possibilities that were not existing 5 years back. We are seeing a lot of penetration of smartphones. We are seeing 5G internet connectivity, cloud computing, open data. We are seeing open source technologies. So this is very, very exciting space. Now, during COVID as well, we have seen many consumers, businesses adopting digital modes very, very quickly. And why not, when we have more than 600 million users of smartphones in the country, and internet is very cheap. Internet is less than 30 cents per gigabytes of data. Now, when my American friends visit me in India, they are very, very surprised to see how cheap internet is in the country. While this is all promising and the digital transition is very important for overall development of the country, I should say it has not been equitable. We still see that less than 1/3 of rural women have used internet at least once, which means 2/3 of the rural women have never been on internet. They had never accessed internet. Now, against this, you see that only 1/3 men did not access internet. So there's already a huge, digital gender divide in the country. You can imagine during the pandemic how huge this could have been in terms of opportunity divide, be it education, be it work, because everything is becoming tech, like, agri-tech, food tech, edu-tech, fintech. So when everything is tech and the tech is growing at a fast pace, especially because of due to the pandemic and the lockdowns, we are seeing that a large number of women are not part of it because they do not have access to internet. So like others, while I was very excited about predictive intelligence and better, advisory to the farmers, better geospatial applications, IoT-based farming, blockchain for traceability, drones. So these are super exciting for me, especially as an engineer and a data scientist. But we need to remember that when we do this, there is a high probability that these technologies and services are not reaching Mahila Kisan. There is a high probability. I'm not saying that none of us are doing it, but just look at the chance of reaching there. Now at UNDP, while we are designing such innovations, we often consult women farmers and design women-centric digital applications. Many don't even have simple mobile. Forget about smartphones. They don't even have simple mobile phones. So they require delivery mechanisms through community assistants, whose capacities, again, in turn, need to be built. So if we are not thinking through these dynamics, we are building very, very biased systems against women. So what, at a much more nuanced level, we are also seeing gender bias, cropping up in the data sets. Related, but a distant example, let's take credit scores. Credit scores. Women actually tend to have lower credit scores than men with similar credentials and financial status. So there is research from US, which is actually reporting this in a very systematic way. The parameters determining credit score don't include gender. So it seems gender neutral, right? But why is this happening? So in the US, we have found that women spend less, they earn less, and this affects their credit utilization. This in turn impacts your credit score. Now, this pattern would have come out strongly if gender as a variable was included in the design. Now, gender neutral is what the designer would be thinking while devising the system. But gender neutral does not mean you're not looking at gender. If you're not looking at gender, you're not getting the full picture of all the variables of potential gender bias in your model. And this is very important because it ultimately impacts your creditworthiness, your opportunities, and your progress. So this is one example coming from US. Of course, we do not have such concrete examples in India because we are at a very nascent stage in terms of building such ecosystems, data ecosystems. But however, we have to be very, very careful about these nuances that creep in models and data sets. It may seem like gender neutral, it may seem like everything is fair, but then the interactions among the variables are much more complex. So this is where I would say that it's important to be gender sensitive and not gender blind. So in my experience as data scientist as well, introducing gender as variable in different models, they yield different results. We need to actually address this and promote more and more research on dealing with, imbalanced data, applying counterfactual fairness and iterative modeling. So these are all important, and these are not taught in the mainstream data science courses. Moving further, in the era of artificial intelligence, the structural gender bias challenges will get more and more tricky. We have to address historical bias, algorithmic bias, as well as bias of modelers, because most of them are men. I have noticed that such nuanced gender biases in models and algorithms are not easily detected by conventional data scientists or social scientists or even agriculture scientists. We need many more professionals at the intersections of these disciplines to look into these nuances. Right now, across the world, we have less than 20% of the data scientists who are women. So there's a disparity there as well. So we need to have a lot more female data scientists to address complexity around the gender bias in the data. And we need a lot more interdisciplinary professionals to address the gender disparities in the agriculture sector as a whole. Thank you.
Very well articulated, Sweta, coming from a woman, the bias in the system as well as the algorithmic world about women. That was refreshing to understand and hear from you. And congratulations for putting these very pertinent points on the table. I've got some questions, right? Coming from our viewers as well as my team itself. The first question we would like to understand, because as you rightly pointed out, algorithms which we are talking about today are getting biased, right? Definitely the gender bias you have talked about one example. There are many examples, right? The way how the shopping is being done, right? Maybe not immediately relevant to agriculture, but even the tracking of the consumers while they are shopping, and then the creeping up of gender bias there is very much talked about. Also, there are challenges about the bias towards the model when it comes to non-sustainable agriculture also, right? Because for decades we have been talking about high yields at cost of anything, right? At cost of environment, as cost, you mentioned beautifully well about the water challenges, right? So we have been abusing water like anything to, again, with the fascination of getting more yields without realizing that actually we are using far more water than what is required. How do you see that these biases in going forward, because AI is going to become more and more also that the commonplace? How do you see these challenges being solved? And are the organization like UN, United Nations, or FAO, or ASEAN Secretariat, or African Union, or European Union, are they even thinking in those directions, how to counter these biases which AI tools would be putting and unleashing on us?
Definitely, Deepak, that's a very, very pertinent issue. We have been seeing biases in various sectors, and the digital biases is no surprise, right? And as we move further, the biases will get more and more nuanced, and at the same time, there'll be, it will be a lot more difficult to detect such biases. And at UNDP, we are constantly thinking about this. In fact, our UNRC, the resident coordinator, she is very, very particular about algorithmic bias and fairness in algorithms and aspects like this, especially related to gender. So definitely there are a lot of black box algorithms and models that seem to be very accurate, that seem to be giving good results, but then they do have like a historical bias, right? So while bias is one thing, accuracy is another thing, fairness is another component. So I think moving forward, we need a lot more research on issues on fairness, issues on accountability, issues on transparency, ethics, explainable AI, right? Because you have to explain the cause and effect. Why are we seeing results in a particular way and not in any other way? So the explainability factor will become more and more important as we go further. And I guess a lot of research is happening abroad, in US, and I come from Yale University. So there's been a lot of emphasis on issues related to fate concerns in AI. So having said that, UN in India is also working very closely on the legal aspects and the regulation aspects related to the fate concern. So how do we make the entity that is designing this accountable, right? Whom do we make accountable moving further? Because we are moving into more and more automated world. So how can we hold algorithms accountable? We can't hold them accountable. So whom do we hold accountable? So these are some of the discussions that we are having also at the policy level, at the UN level in India. So it's a very exciting space. At the same time, it's a very, very concerning space to be in.
I fully agree with, because I myself had the experience when I was interacting with stakeholders at multilateral agencies, that there is a lot of confusion and there is a lot of still gray areas, right, of identifying the way forward. Everybody knows about the challenges of these biases, but how to start tackling that has always been a multi-billion question for everyone. I'll say a holy grail of AI. Our next question is about sustainable agriculture. There have been a lot of talk about regenerative agriculture, circular economy. What's your view as a researcher on these? That because you work and you've seen on ground how things move in a developing country like India, where the farmers are struggling even to get their ends met, right? And they are being I'll say that having challenge of their livelihood itself. And in that, if you are trying to float an idea, right, which is counter to what they've been taught for past 4 decades, right, and suddenly saying that don't do the tilling or start doing non-till farming, or suddenly we start saying that the carbon sequestration is more important than actually getting a product on the table. So how do you see, in your experience as a researcher, acceptance or scalability of these new ideas and adoption, especially when it comes to women farmers?
Yeah, that's a very, very deep question, actually. It takes me back to early 2010s and 12s, when we were working very keenly on the sustainable agriculture program, especially focused on women. So we have noticed that, of course, technology adoption, any new set of package of practices is does not happen easily. It's not something by default that you give a manual and everything changes the next day. So there's a lot of behavioral change that happens. There's a lot of technology adoption, any new practice or even old practice, from any change from the status quo is very, very difficult, especially in agriculture. And what we have seen is in women-owned farms, there is already, a great extent of focus on food and nutrition security for own family. Right. So the way decisions are made, the way they approach the problem of agriculture is different from that of farms run by men. So women-headed farms were, for us, easier to convince on sustainable agriculture practices, because the use of the chemicals, the use of indiscriminate use of pesticides is all the lower end. At the same time, they have been using traditional variety. And some of these old practices that we want to, bring to the modern era are kind of being practiced already in certain pockets of, say, Jharkhand, interior pockets, in the central tribal belt of India. If you see Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, parts of Madhya Pradesh, then parts of Gujarat, the tribal area in Gujarat, So there we have seen that it is easier for us to propagate these ideas of sustainable agriculture, and more so with women-owned farms, because they are sensitive to the food and nutrition requirements of their own family and community. So it's easier to pitch these ideas to them, and at the same time, they're very, very hardworking. So you know that sometimes you come across more weed, you have to put in more manual labor, but they are willing to go that extra mile. And they're also able to understand better the long-term repercussions of their land, you know, if certain practices continue. If we need to change those practices, we need to adopt more and more sustainable agriculture practices for long-term gain. So the idea of long-term gain is better understood by women farmers when compared to men farmers. So that's why I keep emphasizing on Mahila Kisan as the agents of change and the big hope for climate resilient agriculture systems.
No, I fully agree. In fact, like, you know, we are doing farming on ground, and we see some of the nuanced activities. Women farmers are far better when actually like compared to their male counterpart, especially when we talk about, like, you know, the seeding, right? The hand sowing, right? If you tell say 10 women farmers, right, to do the seeding at say 4 inch for garlic, right, or a turmeric, right, and 90% of the time you'll find that they have done that. But the same thing when you pass to the male farmers, you'll find that 30% of them would have done it. 70% would have been doing it at maybe 2 inch or 2.5 inch, right? So I believe women are more precise, and they are having this holistic view of doing farming with, like, you know, more focused on, I'll say that overall good rather than just personal good. In fact, I think there is saying also which says that if you teach a man farming, he'll feed his family. If you teach women farming, she'll feed whole society. So I think that is having definitely in current context a value. Now that brings me to my last question. How do you see at the, like, you know, top of the pyramid, right, where you're sitting, like, you know, when you're heading a specific activity of a very tall institution, do you see biases even at those levels, or you see that, like, you know, biases are only at like, you know, lower level of the pyramid?
That's a very difficult question to answer. And let me put it a little more diplomatically for this one. There are definitely biases at all levels. But then those biases also need to be, you know, addressed systematically with evidence. So that is where I guess at UN level or at the policy circles that we interact with the right amount of evidence, with the right kind of evidence, and with the right kind of anecdotes as well, I think we can bring a change in the thought process. So this is what we have seen. Biases are definitely there everywhere because it doesn't naturally occur to you, right? When you think of farmer, you think of a male farmer. A lot of people do. I think we have to do a survey on this. Like, you know, perception of what is the definition of farmer according to you. What do you imagine, right? So we need to constantly remind people through various ways. You know, we use images of only women farmers in most of our programs. On social media, you see, when we talk about farmers, we talk about women farmers only in UNDP. So we have this sort of a systematic policy to kind of change that mindset. It has to come visually, it has to come through multiple means. So usually what we do is when we are designing any women-centric policies, women-centric interventions, we visualize farmers who are women, women farmers who are not highly educated, basically, you know, educated enough to just do her signature. We think of the women farmer who is operating in dry land ecosystem, a farmer who does not own a phone, right? A farmer who does not have easy access to credit or the best of the markets. And then we start building interventions, programs around this particular character. At the same time, when we are doing it, we also make sure that we include some of the women farmers in our conversations. It's very important, you know, to have this sort of an engagement even in the policy discussions. So even before UN, when I was working with the NRLM, we had this active agenda. Whatever be the policy discussion, we always have a couple of women farmers, let's say from Bihar, from Jharkhand, from a dryland ecosystem, to see if what we are talking doesn't make sense to them or not, you know, on the ground. So we need to have that sort of practical checks at each and every point. And there are no easy solutions to tackling bias. We have to do it through multiple ways. And the best is to involve the woman farmer herself. So they speak very well when it comes to their challenges. So, and then it's our responsibility to tackle them, very precisely to the point and not just through indirect means.
Perfect. Thanks, Shweta. It was a pleasure having you on this session for Women in Agriculture. We appreciate you participating and talking your heart out. And I'm pretty sure you would have galvanized at least quite a few number of youngsters to follow your footsteps. Thanks a lot. And thanks for participation.
Thank you, Deepak, for having me here.
So that was pretty insightful. We already have our last session coming up where we are having Farzana Chaudhary. She's Managing Director and CEO at Green Delta Insurance, which is one of the leading insurance company of Asia, based out of Bangladesh. Farzana is a chartered insurer, Global Goodwill Ambassador CII, and experienced Managing Director with a demonstrated history of working in the insurance industry. She's skilled in business planning, internal audits, analytical skills, asset management, and mergers and acquisition. So I give floor without much of ado to her.
Thank you, Deepak, for inviting me to this session. And I'm always very much inspired and kind of excited when I'm invited to talk about women empowerment. And women empowerment in agriculture is the key of an economic's growth of a nation. And when we talk about, can we have the slides? I have a presentation. Yes, I'll be highlighting on the drive of empowered women in agriculture towards inclusion, equality, and sustainability. Because for sustainability, you need inclusion of women in business. And of course, in the agriculture business, you need women's inclusion and also ensure the equality, which leads to sustainability. And I start with the quote that if the soul of a nation to be saved, and I believe women must become its soul. So this is how I start. The next slide. First, we could just see that what's happening in the global agriculture market. The market is expected to grow by 2022 is to 12 trillion, which is around 4% of the global GDP. And agriculture is expected to feed 9.7 billion people by 2050. And Asia-Pacific region accounts for 57% of the market. And agriculture provides jobs for 1 billion people, which is 28% of the population. And on average, 43% of the agriculture labor force are women in developing countries. And as you see that the market, the agriculture market, there are changes that are shaping the global agriculture industry. And we all know about the technology, which is driving, due to the technologies, the advancement and the advancements, the agri-market to grow at a CAGR of 28.38% by 2024. And agriculture, IoT, connectivity, rural broadband accessibility, technology, intelligence will be market of USD 20.9 billion by 2024. Today, a farmer can feed 155 people, which was only 19 people in 1940. You can see also the green revolution, AI, machine learning, sensors and IoT, data management, and advanced technology like GNSS, GPS, virtual reality, etc., made possible to gauge the growth of a mathematical scale. And genetic engineering and biotechnology developments in seed technology. And technologies facilitate improved irrigation, innovative breeding techniques, and modern machineries. And investments also changed the shape of a global industry. We have seen that in 2019 broke record with more than 1,450 investments, and it's still growing. and businesses are investing in innovative business models through mergers or acquisition. As you know, that blockchain is very much in existence and very much visible right now. Climate change is one of the areas that frequency and severity of adverse climate events are affecting costs, production, yield, and patterns, and agriculture causing loss of $108 in a year on average. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. If we see that, what's the woman role for better food and better food security and nutrition? Women are morely involved in the household activities. In the village, you see that they are more involved in the farming, livestock carer. They are managing home, and traditionally bear all the responsibility for preparing meals, caring of children, and other family members. So she's more than a caregiver. Next slide, please. But unfortunately, and it's a very sad thing that they never get paid for what they do for their family. This is just a slide that to see that what is the gender gap in the agriculture sector. You can see that 43 to 50% of the global agriculture labor force is women, but unfortunately, we see that there are inequalities related to access to resources, service, credit and opportunities. There are no gender neutral policies and gender specific data. 49% of the labor force are underpaid, and 60% of the global undernourished are women or girls. And there are also statistics that shows that only 15% of the world's extension agents are women. Female farmers receive only 5% of all agriculture extension services from 97 countries. And only 10% of the total international development assistance for agriculture, forestry, and fishing goes to women. So it's really sad to hear that they give their effort, but they're less paid and less opportunity, or less, I would say, benefits are going to women. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. So now we see that being in the 49 to 50% of the labor force as it's covered by women. So there is a need to empower women towards inclusion and leading towards sustainability. And there we can see that there should be 7 key domains to empower women in agriculture. As you know, which is very important, that decision-making power is very much needed for a woman to be in agriculture processes or in business. Control over productive resources, where we see always their spouses are in control and they don't have the decision-making roles in the productive resources for controlling over the productive resources. And control over use of income. We can see that there are women, they do business and they do earn, but they don't have the independence, or they're not even allowed to use that income according to their preference. So this is something that we need to really look into this. And then social and capital leadership in the community, that women should come in the front and take the leadership role. Time use and the time poverty. Lower human capital endowment, access to and use of the technology. Technology is actually key or enabler that leads to growth and sustainability, and that also needs to be embedded in women empowerment. And as you know that nowadays more women now are more catered to learn the STEM, science, technology, management, and these mathematics and all these science and other areas. Women should go and take their careers into that. So if you empower women in agriculture, that eliminates 20 to 30% of the yield gaps. It leads to increased domestic agriculture output by 2.5% to 4%. And also there are 100 to 150 million less hungry people in the world if the women are empowered. Next slide, please. Now, if we see the participation of women in agriculture for the Asia context, there are some statistics found that largest region in the global crop farming market accounts for 38%, which is Asia. And Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, India, Pakistan, they share economically active women in farming ranges from 60 to 98%. And women landowner in Asia is average is 10.7%. Women's contribution in overall farm production is average 55 to 66%. And every year, women's limitation to join workforce cost US 89 billion. So as you see that disempowerment led Asian women in farming to a slower rate of adoption of a wide range of technologies than men. It's very obvious, we've seen that. Their lower willingness to pay for new products like weather index-based insurance, greater time and resource constraints, and lower human capital endowments. Next slide, please. This is the story of three women in Africa, India, and Pakistan, where we see that Morudi, she owns a beekeeping and agriculture product business, and she offers free bee pollination service to rural farmers and educates rural communities about the importance of bee and why they should be treated as friends, not foes. So Morudi's farm produces raw honey, and which has potential to grow as demand for honey in imports. So she's a woman who's really broke the barriers and going up the ladder. Gitanjali Rajamani is from India, who is she's a girl who quit everything to bring organic food and agriculture to the doorsteps. And the main reason why she's done that she allows it's a startup, Farmizen, that allows native farmers to rent a community-based farmland outside the city to grow their own produce safely and organically. And when they're caught up in the city life, on-site farmers will take care of their plants. So this is something, a very innovative startup that she's come up with. That one was to give city dwellers fresh, chemical-free produce through the farming experience, and on the other hand, to help improve the livelihood of the farmers as well. And of course, there's another story of Almas Parveen. She's also doing a great thing. She will be the voice of empowerment and gender equality. Next, please. Now to look at Bangladesh, the scenario. Well, we have it's almost 50% population is women, and the average age of this country is 35 years old, and 60% of the total population is actually 35, and it has a young population, and women are involved in the manufacturing and also in the agriculture sector. And 72.6% of the total labor force is women in Bangladesh, and but no official recognition as farmers, as I've mentioned, that they are just working as as helpers, caregivers, and taking care of the household, cows or other areas related to agriculture or related to household work activities. 2.2% gender pay gap in Bangladesh, and 15.8% rural land is owned by women. But the control over income of the asset is 1/4, so that's also very low. They work 16 hours a day, spending in informal agriculture work and in household chores. and 70 to 21 stages of crop production cycle that has women participation. But 85 to 90% women are unpaid workers in agriculture. Next slide, please. But there are many activities done by the private, the government, and from the development organization, especially the microfinance organization. You know that we have Sir Fazli Hassan Abed, Professor Yunus in Bangladesh, who have brought microfinance and microcredit in Bangladesh. So we see that the steps that ensures the access to finance, reducing gender gap in financial access through microfinancing, that 90% of the total number of clients and borrowers of microfinance institutions in Bangladesh, and they are this is how it is the gender gap is reducing. Creating access to financial literacy, 68% of women entrepreneurs know about dedicated desks for women established at the commercial banks. Encouraging women empowerment, remarkable gains in women empowerment in the short span of last 3.5 years, from 27.1 to 47.2%. Promoting digital literacy through encouraging online business. Developing infrastructure support to ease financial access, agent banking, mobile money services, increasing self-independency through facilitating entrepreneurs. About 68% of the women entrepreneurs know about dedicated desks for women established at the commercial banks. Increasing socio-economical security, increased economic activity of women. So these are the areas that we've seen that a lot of progress were there in Bangladesh, but still we see that 20% gender gap in financial accessibility, which is an area that needs to be worked out. And 18% of the digital finance service users are women. That is a very small number though. And financial service accessibility, so, the 35% of women have bank accounts and 65% are men. And in terms of financial literacy, 44% female and 56% of male answered financial literacy questions correctly. An account at a financial institution, so we see that 36% female has an account at a financial institution, whereas 65% of male, they have a bank account. And if you see the mobile money account, only 10% female have the registered mobile money account, whereas 33% are male. Next slide, please. Now to give a update of what Green Delta Insurance is doing for empowering women through agriculture insurance, and that's how they handle and mitigate risks in agriculture. Green Delta started weather-based indexed in agriculture insurance as a pilot basis in 2016, and later we have joined hand with IFC together, and we have commercialized this product in end of 2018, and since then we've been working with various partners. Until date, we brought 109,580 farmers under insurance coverage, where 49,311 female farmers were empowered through this risk mitigation tool. We've reached 118,897 households through our service. Among our 22,997 claimants, around 32.93% women received claims for crop damages in 4 divisions of the country. And we have covered 19 districts of 8 divisions. We have partnered with 11 agriculture value chain stakeholders like input farms, contact farming companies, farmers hub, microcredit leaders, Farmers Hub, microfinance institutions, non-government organizations, agricultural input sellers, etc. And created impact on 416,139 lives through insurance coverage, creating awareness and conducting knowledge sharing sessions. Through indexed crop insurance, we are creating access to finance, increasing power over income and assets, ensuring inclusion through inclusive insurance, easing process of farming through training, and ensuring access to information. Next slide. This is a story about Nilima Sinha. As you know that she's a tomato farmer in Bagherhat, Bangladesh. And agriculture insurance helped rural women in agriculture to gain control over their income and make decisions where they will spend. And that was validated when they received claims. Social conventions dictate that that women are incapable of taking complex decisions like paying premiums of index-based agriculture insurance. But this concept is changing as more and more women are participating in such decisions through channels like NGO MFIs and also through insurance companies like us. And here you can say that she's saying that although we now have to buy the insurance, we're still continuing. It's because it gives us the confidence before harvest, and we can rely on it to pay the important things. So as you can see that they're not, it's not a free product, and they are willing to pay for the services. And we have seen that they have also plead to government that whether they can get some VAT exemptions in the premium they pay to us. Next slide, please. As I have mentioned, that technology is actually changing the whole world, and in terms of business process, product and pricing, and also people, and it is changing the whole world, and of course creating efficiency, and of course creating huge impact in the business community and also in the human lives. And there are a lot of agro-tech solutions which is coming out, and that is also facilitating women. And we can see that the gap exists in case of women's participation in agriculture that can be satiated through information-based agro-tech and advanced farming techniques that uses new techniques like increasing farm and output profitability, such as low-cost greenhouse and hydroponic farming. These technologies developed by farmers for farmers. And next is to save time and reduce drudgery. And the third one is to freeing up women's availability to engage in alternate income generating opportunities. There are some agro-tech solutions disrupting traditional agriculture practices in Bangladesh, where I can just name few. That there are information-based group agri-tech, which uses information to leverage better production and prices at both farmer and consumer ends. There are e-Farmers Hub 7676 and Farmers Query System by Empower. There are market linkage that connects consumers to certified farmers to provide better produce. There are Parmida, Cash Food, Fish Bangla. And there are mechanization, which makes farmer easier and less labor intensive. The companies are tractors and other traditional tech, seeding guns, new irrigation methods. There are access to finance, where it makes funds available for farmers and transactions easier. There are companies like iFarmer, digital and mobile financial services who are working in this area. And the lastly is the advanced farming techniques, which uses new techniques to increase farm profitability and to low-cost greenhouse and hydroponic farming. Next slide, please. Well, there are major challenges that we've found, and that what policies that or what recommendations that would really take women towards empowerment in agriculture are we should tackle laws and regulations which discriminate against women, particularly in land ownership. We need to initiate programs to boost gender equality in agriculture and labor market. Then update education and employment policies to make them more gender sensitive. Develop food security strategies to improve women's access to childcare, farmer support mechanism, and credit and agriculture services. And fine-tune social protection programs such as active labor market programs with targets women's employment. So that was from my end. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thanks a lot, Vandana. It was a pleasure having you with such an insightful session, right? And you nailed it. Like, the beauty is that you started with the challenges of the world and Bangladesh, and finally, you proved that a woman who's sitting in the managing director's position can change the world. I got fascinated by seeing that those who have been benefited by your insurance GIDC service, right, has been a substantial amount of them have been women. And that's very, very heartening to see, because I generally see 7%, 8%, 10% beneficiaries whenever I see data of any program, and seeing that like 33% of payment to be women, right? That's yes, definitely you will never like anybody insured to have a claim, because that means there is something wrong has happened. But I'm saying that just the risk protection you are able to provide is super awesome. And even when I was interacting with you on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, when we were talking about agriculture, and I knew, like, you are going for a big ticket. We are having just one question, because we are towards the end of the session. How do we motivate more women to become Vandana Chaudhary?
Oh my God. Well, for that, I would say just be yourself, follow your dreams. And, it's like a journey where, full of learnings, full of mistakes, learn from your mistakes. And it's like fail, and then rise like a phoenix from the ashes. This is something that I've learned, and never give up hope. If you don't believe in your dreams, then you can never achieve anything. So this is something that I tell everyone, that I never feel comfortable living in my comfort zone. I always try to break barriers, and what's next, that is something that how to improve our livelihood, how to improve ourselves and of course our surroundings. So this is something that that made me come this far, and of course have an eyes and ears of what's happening around you. This is something that very important. That's how we actually we have this all those techniques and new innovations, disruptive models. This is how we come up of these solutions, because in every country, every solution is different, right? Mindset of the people, mindset of the society, it's totally different. So just be yourself and go with the flow and win the world.
No, you're already walking the talk, because the work you did during the pandemic to get people out from all the world, right, to Bangladesh. Right, and we need women leaders like you, and there is no surprise that Bangladesh is doing so well economically and on a social front because of the change leaders like you. Thanks a lot for participating in this session, and I would say that as a parting remark, that people like you motivates even men like us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for inviting.
Take care. Cheers. So, dear all, this brings us towards the end of Women in Agriculture Web Summit Session 1, focus on Asia Pacific and South Asia. In half an hour, we'll start with the new geography. That's Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Definitely, my team would have already shared links with you and the calendar invite to you. Please join us in listening to more from the global change maker who are women and who are already creating a lot of value in the agriculture ecosystem across the globe. Thanks a lot for your patient hearing, and look forward to host you again in the next session just information that the links are different. So you'll have to go to your calendar invite, or you'll have to just check the chat message my team would have sent to you for the next event. And then we are having the third session, which is focused on North America, Central America, and South America. So look forward to have you. Thank you. Stay blessed.